Hi there. Could I check if this one is on? We are? Great. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Devex at UNGA 77 is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome. I know we've got thousands of people joining us online. I want to welcome you first. What you're missing is a buzzing room here at the New York event venue close to the United Nations during UN General Assembly week. Welcome everyone, and please take a seat if you can. My name is Raj Kumar. I'm the President and Editor-in-Chief of Devex, joined by my colleague, Michael Igo, Senior Reporter at Devex. Hi, Michael.
Hi, Raj. Hi, everyone. Good to see you.
It's great to be with everyone. It's great to be back. Michael, you've heard this term revenge travel, right? People are out there traveling with a vengeance. I'm calling this the Revenge UNGA because everybody seems to want to be here. Every event, every party is packed and people are desperate to see each other. For many of you, it's been a long time since you got together. And I love that energy we're seeing in the room today.
Yeah, it's, in some ways it feels like we've just been transported back in time, but I agree with you. There's been a pent up energy that's being released here this week and manifesting in, I think, even more traffic this year in some ways, if that's possible.
If that were possible, yeah. And I think many of us are also hoping it will be a reinvention UNGA, because the fact is the statistics around the Sustainable Development Goals are backsliding. They look pretty ugly when you look at the charts. And the question is, how do we actually get there? And not everyone has tuned into the fact that we're at the midway point for the SDGs. And so that's an animating theme for today and tomorrow, the 2 days of this Devex at the UN General Assembly event. We do this every year. This year, we're structuring it as day one today, all about universal health coverage. Day two is about a number of other themes, including the Transforming Education Summit that just happened this past weekend, the global food crisis. We're going to be talking about inclusion, displacement. We'll have a look ahead to COP27. So there is a lot packed into today and tomorrow.
Yeah, and I just watched President Biden's speech on the floor of the General Assembly. And, certainly everything is shadowed by the events in Ukraine. But what was interesting to see in that speech was the way that all of the topics that you just mentioned come up from the grassroots to sort of build this sense of, can we still work together under that really daunting context? And I think that's how all of these things sort of link, and it will be interesting to see how that plays out this week.
That's right. And let's not forget there's a rather important meeting happening right now while we're here. And I think that's going to be the beginning of what we'll be discussing. Tell everyone about the interview you're about to do.
Yeah, I'm really excited for our opening here. We'll be talking to Chris Collins, who's the CEO of Friends of the Global Fight. And this was initially planned to be sort of a reflection on the Global Fund's 7th replenishment, which was scheduled for Monday, but subsequently pushed back to right now. So instead, it's going to be an inside look with live, late-breaking news, which hopefully Chris will be able to give us a glimpse into.
That's exciting. Well, now that everyone's at the edge of their seat, ready for that interview, I do want to mention all of that fantastic content that I just described that you're going to be hearing today and tomorrow. Everything you see from Devex, our team of journalists who are fanned out across the city right now, covering all the myriad events at the UN and beyond, all of that is made possible by partners. We heard a lot about partnership in some of the morning sessions, and partnership is a key theme for us at Devex. You see on the slides, some of those partners, I just want to really thank them. We have innovation partners, Accenture, the European Investment Bank, Illumina, Medtronic Labs, PIN, which is the Foundation for Partnership Initiatives in the Niger Delta, Pfizer, OneSite, which is part of the EssilorLuxottica Foundation, Visa, and USP. Those are our innovation partners. Please join me in thanking all of them for making this day possible. I also want to thank our ecosystem partners who have helped to create some of the content many of you have been a part of, and the side events and dinners and other things we've been doing this week. ANZ, Bechtel.org, Circle, FinDev Canada, MSD for Mothers, Pollination, Sabin Vaccine Institute, Stop TB Partnership, and the World Food Program USA. Thank you so much to all of our partners. Please join me. And I know it's a lot of partners, but we need them all. And I want to thank our reception partners, Illumina and Food for the Hungry. Please join me in thanking them, and please join us at the reception. And speaking of food, let's thank our supporting partner, the Micronutrient Forum. Thank you to them as well. So I know that was a lot to get through, but it really does mean a lot, and it is how the journalism we do here at Devex gets funded and supported. So thank you to all of our partners. And I guess
A quick plug for our journalism.
yeah, please.
If you haven't already, you should sign up for the Devex Newswire, which is our daily newsletter, bringing you everything you need to know about the biggest stories in development. We're also happy to offer a 20% discount for Devex Pro, which is our premier membership, to everybody who's registered for this event today. And we've launched a podcast here at UNGA called UNGA Decoded. I'm hosting it. It's been a lot of fun. We've gotten some great names. You talked to Chelsea Clinton in the episode that published today. Sure. Jose Andres did an interview with my colleague Teresa, who's around here somewhere. So check that out on any platform, UNGA Decoded, and give us a rating.
We'd love that. Thank you, everyone. And Michael, the stage is yours.
Thanks. And the stage is Chris's. Come on up. Raj, I think. Chris, so good to see you.
Great to see you.
And so generous of you to be here during the 7th Global Fund replenishment. I know it's sort of like the biggest day of the year in a lot of ways for you, and a day that we've been looking forward to for years. As I said before, we'd sort of intended that you would give us your readout on something that was scheduled to happen on Monday. Instead, what are you hearing and what are you watching today as that big $18 billion question unfolds?
Well, maybe I can drive back down the 25 blocks at 4:30 when we have an answer, because we will know the number later today. We're going to break a record today for replenishment for the Global Fund, and that's really exciting at a time of, war and lots of global crises. We really are seeing a global affirmation of the Global Fund as a project and the work that the Global Fund does and the effort to end AIDS, TB, and malaria. The majority of G7 countries, I don't know the exact number yet, we'll know later today, are increasing by 30%. So that's pretty impressive, and we'll see how it plays out today and what the final number is. But in any event, it's going to be a record at a time of a lot of global strife. So that part is good. I think when today is done and we see, then we're all going to have to grapple with the fact that we've been underinvesting in global health for forever. And we saw the outcome of that. And so I think all of us are going to need to think about for the future how we turn that around, how we get back to that kind of sense of global solidarity that we saw for a time in the AIDS movement and in the AIDS response. And just realize that, the funds that are needed to end AIDS, TB, and malaria, the funds that are needed to do pandemic preparedness are decimal points in the cost that COVID wrought on the earth. So we need to get back to global solidarity, but just get smart about a good business plan that is designed to end those epidemics and make us safer.
I don't know if you agree with this. I've been sort of describing this Global Fund replenishment as kind of a barometer for the state of global health financing generally, just because it is this culminating moment where, heads of state or high-level delegates are asked to step forward and come up with something and sort of show what they're willing to put on the table and challenge each other to put more on the table. Do you agree that this is something that we should be watching for broader signals about kind of the health of that financing system? And if so, how is the health of that overall financing system?
I mean, absolutely, it is one barometer and one of the most important. But I also think, the target today is $18 billion. That's what the Global Fund says it needs, at least. They might make it. If they don't, I think we need to understand, we need to look closely at what actually happened. Germany increased their pledge by 30% at a time when they're heading into a recession and we know about their energy costs. The United States is pledging $6 billion, a third of the Global Fund need today.
Contingent on other countries stepping up, though.
There is a match requirement for that. That's right. But if other countries step forward within the next year, then we'll realize that pledge. So whether we make the exact number or not, I do think, again, you're seeing an affirmation by G7 leading countries and donors for the Global Fund and the investment to end AIDS, TB, and malaria. In part, I think, because they're recognizing, and I think we all need to do more of this, right, is COVID was a test case. And in COVID, you saw the Global Fund, PEPFAR, President's Malaria Initiative, these other global initiatives play a huge role in country COVID responses. And that tells you something, right? That is, we're thinking about the next pandemic and pandemic preparedness. First of all, there's no health security for millions around the world if we don't end AIDS, TB, and malaria as epidemics. But two, those systems that we've constructed already, Global Fund, PEPFAR, the others, are there for pandemic preparedness, are responsive when something happens. So, I think donors are seeing, even in tough times like we are in now, this investment makes a lot of sense for them.
Still some big question marks out there, the UK government being one of them.
That's right.
A government in a period of transition, but also, like all of the others, facing a lot of competing pressures when it comes to international financing or issues of international concern. Any insights into what we might expect from the UK? I think that's sort of, I talked about the whole replenishment being a barometer, but that's maybe a mini barometer in terms of some of these countries that could go one way or the other.
As of right now, I don't know whether the UK will appear today. I think we need to let a few hours play out. I do believe if they don't pledge today, they will pledge within the next month.
Great.
So, yeah. So that's the other thing about the number at the end of the day, I think, that we need to take it in context.
So you talked about how organizations like the Global Fund have served as these platforms during COVID and really leveraged the systems that they've built over the last decades to reach people. Is the Global Fund that leaders are pledging to today a different institution than the Global Fund that existed during the 6th replenishment when I was last, covering this day? Is it a fundamentally different organization for tackling health challenges in developing countries?
I think it's fundamentally the same. I think the model is fundamentally the same. Country-driven, multiple stakeholders engaged in decision-making, including civil society, investment in communities, investment in human rights, and a preference on equity. Although all those remain the same, and very oriented around results and reporting lives saved, and commodities delivered, et cetera. Those haven't changed. I think what has changed is COVID happened, and we saw that the Global Fund really rose to the occasion. It created a new funding mechanism. The United States was incredibly generous in financing most of that, and it made a huge impact. I mean, the results report for the Global Fund came out a couple of weeks ago. Yes, COVID hit the HTB and malaria responses really hard, but already because of that COVID-19 response mechanism investment to help countries with COVID, AIDS, TB, and malaria programs are all beginning to bounce back. I think what's different is we've all seen the pandemic preparedness and response role that the Global Fund did play, and it really rose to the occasion in the way many multilaterals did not. And so I think that's a proof point, and I think that has meaning going forward. It means that as we talk about financial intermediary fund at the World Bank and other approaches to pandemic preparedness, Global Fund needs to be at the center. It needs to be a central recipient of the financial intermediary fund if that fund wants to invest in stronger health systems. And it needs to be at the center of the conversation about preparedness, because at the center of that conversation, we need to have health systems. And the Global Fund knows how to do that. And I think one thing that is looking forward a little different is I think the Global Fund will be more intentional about making investments that are health system strengthening and that are related to pandemic preparedness. Already about a third of their investments go towards those types of things. I think they'll probably be more intentional about that in the future. But at the end of the day, job number one is ending AIDS, TB, and malaria as epidemics. And again, in doing that work, you are laying the groundwork for preparedness.
We've certainly heard similar strategic messaging from PEPFAR and from the new head of PEPFAR, John Kengasong, in a recent interview that we did with him. He said the best way to tackle unknowns is to invest in the knowns, specifically PEPFAR in his case. And granted, he has an interest in seeing that investment in PEPFAR. But I think it fits into this bigger question of, do the institutions that we have today rise to the challenge, as you're saying? Do they provide an adequate basis for tackling diseases that we may not even know about yet? Or do we need to be creating something entirely new that can fill the gaps that exist in the pandemic preparedness and response architecture? You are obviously an advocate for the Global Fund. You believe in its platform and the systems that it's built. But we are seeing new things emerge, like the Financial Intermediary Fund at the World Bank. Where do you fall on this question of reinvention versus increased investment?
I'm a Global Fund advocate, but really I'm just an old AIDS activist. So what I'm about is results and getting ahead of disease and saving life. And I think, certainly the idea of creating new silos in global health doesn't make sense to me. I think what the challenge of the coming years is going to be closing that financing gap, really putting communities and countries in the driver's seat in terms of how decisions are made around health investments, but then also rationalizing somehow this system of multiple different programs. How do they all combine and stay in touch and coordinate in a way that strengthens health systems that deliver for people today, right? And therefore are also better able to identify a new threat and respond to it. I think that's what we need to do. I think part of the challenge there is bringing political leaders along, because political leaders really, many of them really like disease-specific programming. You can be very, get your metrics in terms of lives saved. So I think as we wade into more of a systems way of approaching, we need to keep those metrics. We need to keep able to report the impact and the lives saved that we're having for people. But I think that's doable, because I think COVID opened policymakers' eyes to the importance of systems. And so I think the challenge for us now is, how do we use our current institutions and fund those and put communities in charge of decision-making around them?
This is one of the reasons we were excited to bring you up here today, is that you have that perspective, working on the inside, on the political side, on Capitol Hill, making the case for these investments, but making them in ways that appeal to political leaders in the United States who are facing all kinds of different constituencies and interests. In a post-COVID world, how do you see that messaging shifting? What needs to happen now to keep up that kind of political support for disease-specific programs or for this pandemic preparedness architecture in the sort of phase of COVID that we seem to be entering?
Yeah, I somehow seem to have found myself working in the last bipartisan issue in the United States. Global health does remain bipartisan, and I don't see that changing. I don't see any sign of that changing, and I think that's wonderful. That's the good news. I think to keep that bipartisan support, some things are really necessary. We've got to stick with showing the results, and we've got to stick with the transparency, and including multiple stakeholders in decision making. These are all things that members of Congress want to hear about, because it makes a lot of sense. If a constituent says, "Why did you send some of my hard-earned tax money overseas?" The answer is, "Look how many lives we saved this year, and all the good that did in communities, and all the stability that brought in countries, and how that's tied to trade for us, and how that's tied to diplomatic goals for us." So I think we can keep it bipartisan. I think what is the challenge of the next couple years is we need to up the investment, not just in the United States, but by other donor countries, by implementing countries in their own health care. We need to figure out how multilateral development banks playing in here in terms of financing? There's this new vehicle at the World Bank. How do we get these capacitated where they need to be? And again, at a decimal point on what COVID cost us, and not just have them kind of cannibalizing each other. So growing that pie is the challenge ahead. And exactly how to do it, I don't know, but I do know that showing the results. One of the amazing facts that I want to spend the next year talking about is, this was also in the results report from Global Fund. From 2000, I know, COVID hit life expectancy hard. We just heard that. But, from 2002 to 2019, in 15 sub-Saharan African countries, life expectancy went up almost 14 years. People are living 14 years longer on average in those 15 countries. And more than half of those years gained are because of progress we made on AIDS, TB, and malaria. That's pretty compelling. You're talking about every individual in there on average living a decade and a half more almost. So we do have this incredible story to tell. We do have the results. And I think that what we need to do is get out of being caught in the insufficient funding place. Because again, if you think of it as a business model, right, that's not a winning business model. We need to, epidemics, you don't tread water with them. You've got to either be winning against them or they're defeating you. And so we do need to think about how do we step up the scale of what we're delivering so we can really dramatically drive down incidence and mortality in the 3 diseases while we're strengthening systems.
Do you expect the US midterms to change the political calculus around these issues in the United States at all?
I don't. If the House, for example, were to flip, I mean, on both in the House and the Senate, the leaders in appropriations are people who get it on global health. They're proud of America's investment in global health, and they should be. They know how to explain why they support it. We just had a congressional awards event a couple months ago, and we gave 6 awards, 3 Democrats, 3 Republicans. All of them spoke very personally about how this matters to them. So I think whichever way the election goes in November, we've got really strong supporters on Capitol Hill.
Great. Well, Chris, thank you so much for joining us today. This has been illuminating. I know you have to probably hop in a cab and go find out what's really happening. And I'm sure you'll be getting calls from us later.
Great. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
አንደኛ ገበሬ ሚስት ስለሆነች እርፈት የሚየላት
አንደኛ ወላድ ነን ነው ሁለተኛ እዛ ተጨብጠን እንውላለን ሶስተኛ መንገድ ላይ ስንጨመር የአርሶ አደር ሚስቶች የምንጎዳደው በዛ ላይ ነው ባርክትናችን ላይ እርሻ ቦታ መዋል በጣም አድካሚ ነው እንጂ ልጆቼ ራሳቸውን እስኪችሉ ድረስ ከተወሰነ ድረስ ፀሐይ እስከሞቀ ድረስ የቅርብ ስራ ካለ ልጆቼን ከራሴ ጋራ አዝ የምሰራበት ስራ ይኖረኛል እንጂ ልጆቼ ራሳቸውን እስከሚችሉልኝ ድረስ ለሰው ሆነ ላላደለ ሰው አምኛ አስጠግቼ ጥዬ መወጣ ሰው አይደለም ውሃችን እንግዲህ ወንዝ ነው የሆነ የተወሰነ ርቀት አለ ትንሽ ርቀት አለ ያንን ውሃ ቀድተን እስከምንመጣ ያን አንድ ህፃናት ቤተሰብ ሰው ካለለ ጀሪካ በኋላ ልጆችንን በፊታችን እናርገን ነው የምናሳድገው ልጆችማ እነምኖረውን አይነት ኑሮ እንዲኖሩ አልፈልግም ባለኝ እርግዝና ውስጥ የሚያሳስበኝ አንደኛ ጤንነቴ ሁለተኛ ስወልድ የሚጠበቅብኝን ነገሮች እነዚያን ነገሮች ለማሟላት እስካሁን ያሉት አጋዥ የእርግዝና መድኃኒቶችን እስካሁን በነፃ ነው የምንጠቀመው አሉ መድኃኒቶች። ግን ግዴታውን አስፈላጊ ነው በግዢው ገዝተሽ ነው ተብሎ ተጽፎም ሆነ ተብሎ ቢሰጠኝ እስከቻልኩ ራሴ ሄጄ ካሳዘዝኩበት ቦታ መግዛት ይችላል። ባይኖረኝ ተበድሬ ገዛለሁ። ለምን ቢኖረኝም ባይኖረኝም ያን ነገር ካለኝ በቤቴ ካለለኝ ተበድሬ በእርግዝና ወቅት አሁን ባለው እርግዝና ባሁኑ ማለት ነው። በባለፈው ሰዓት ያው ድርቅ ነበር። ድርቅ ነው አንዴ እርዳታ ተብሎ እርዳታ ልንረዳ ሄደን ሳለ ከዛ አሁን ዛሬ ምን አይተሻረከሽ አለ። እኔ ይሄ ወቅት ይመጣል እንዲህ አይነት ቀን ያጋጥመኛል ብዬ አላረገዝኩም። ያንን ትንሽና ወንድም በማጣት እና በማገኘት ላይ
አንዳንዴ ሲሟላ አንዳንዴ አይሟላላት እና ሁሉ ጊዜ ሙሉቃል አይሟላላት እየፈለገ ፍላጎቷ እንትን እያለ ምን ስትፋጋ ትውላለች። ያልተቤት ያለውን ሰው ውሎዋን ስትፋጋ ትውላለች። መከራዋን በይወረጅ ብትይላትም ስትፋጋ ትውላለች። ምግብ የቀረበ ጊዜ ያው ስንበላ ያው በቃኝ ቆረጠኝ ሆዴም በዚህ ያለ ወጋ ተሰማኝ እያለች ምግቡን በጣም አጉስ ጥሩ ሚስት ባሏን ትመግባለች፣ ልጆቿን ትመግባለች፣ ቤተሰቦቿን ትመግባለች፣ ቤተሰቦቿን ታስቀድማለች። አንበሳ ናት።
በሴቶች ላይ ያለው ጥንክርና ማለት ነው። እንደማገኘትም እንደማጣትም ቤትን ተብላለች ሴት ስትሰጥ ያንን ጥንክርናዋን ኃይሏን ይዛ ማጣቷን ማገኘቷን ታውቃለች ሴት ማለት ነው። ምግብ ሲቀርብ አንድ የቤት ባልተቤትን የእናታቸው ቅድሚያ ካምበላ እነዛ ልጆች የቅድሚያ ቢበሉልኝ ደስተኛ ነኝ። ለምን እኔን ቢርበኝ ባለቤት ነኝ። እንደማጣቴም እንደማገኘቴም ልችለውም ልራብበትም እችላለሁ። ያቺ የቤት ባልተቤት ግን ቢተርፋትና እነሱ በኋላ መብላት ትችላለች። ካልተረፋትም እንደማገኘቷ ሁና ትኖራለች ማለት ነው።
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Teresa Welsh. I'm a senior reporter with Devex. I write our food systems newsletter, Devex Dish. I'll be the millionth person this week to say it. Really glad to be back in person. So lovely seeing all of you. It's been great meeting with everyone. We are here today to talk about malnutrition and the really alarming global food crisis that we're seeing and the impact it's having on already troubling levels of malnutrition. I'm really excited to welcome to the stage with me Sarah Charles, who's Assistant to the Administrator of USAID's Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance, Gerda Verberg, who is the Sun Movement Coordinator. And then we are lucky to have us joining virtually Professor Ruth Onyongo, who is Rural Outreach Program Founder and Editor-in-Chief of the Journal of Food, Agriculture, Nutrition, and Development. Thank you so much to all of you for being with us. Really looking forward to this discussion. Nice to see you, Gerda. It's been so long. Gerda and I have been on many a virtual call since the last time we saw one another in Nepal, right before we had no idea what was about to change. So thanks to all of you so much for being with us. We have a really alarming situation on our hands. Just this morning, WFP put out its Hunger Hotspots Update report. I don't think anyone was expecting those numbers to be good. Those numbers are far from good. They found that 26 million people are in crisis levels or worse of hunger in Somalia, Ethiopia, and Kenya. An all-time high of nearly 1,970,000 people are expected to be in IPC 5, which is 10 times more than 6 years ago. And of course, when it comes to child malnutrition, we're still reaching less than a quarter of children that need it with treatment. So this is a pretty bleak outlook. Hopefully we can also offer a little bit of hope on this panel. But I think I want to start with the numbers and the data. How much do we really know about the current situation, how bad it really is, as well as how equipped health systems are to respond? Gerda, I'd love to start with you on that one. Obviously, as your role as Sun Movement coordinator, you have a lot of direct interaction with countries. What are you hearing from them about what they know about what's happening?
Well, a lot of alarming messages, indeed. But our countries do not only talk about food insecurity, they talk about food and nutrition insecurity. And the distinction is that if you talk to decision makers or people who are not familiar with food and nutrition and the importance of nutrition for your physical, cognitive status and your well-being, it's easy to discuss calories. But the biggest problem is in the nutrition challenge. And malnutrition is, hunger is terrible. I mean, I was looking at this Ethiopian mother that she eat last, and she's not the only one. It's happening to millions. And if there is no food left by the family, she can even do without eating.
And that often happens to the women. They eat last and least.
And this is a pregnant woman. So think about the health of the baby she will be able to deliver. So we need to talk about nutrition security, and that includes, of course, enough. But it's about the diversity of the food. It's about the nutrients of the foods, etc. Our Sun movement in 65 member countries, and I'm talking about 65 Sun movements because every country is doing it in its own way. Government officially in the lead, but the government is also in crisis. So communities and different organizations, civil society, private sector, faith-based organizations, community leaders sometimes are working together to first find alternatives, because too many countries are depending on food imports, and they are now looking for alternatives, and they tell us, please help us to make this food sexy again. Let us know. I'm serious. In Kenya and Ghana, people have learned to have bread for breakfast. And since the Russia-Ukraine crisis, there is no import of wheat anymore. So they are supported to find alternative foodstuffs like gears, cassava, emmer, spelt, what have you, fonio, all these kind of things. But in the meantime, all these very nutritious and healthy foods that are produced in the area locally are labeled as poor people's food. Can you imagine? So rebranding needs to be done, and it needs to be made sexy and recognized again. So this is the first message. The second message is, please help us to think about the next harvest, because we hear all kinds of messaging, pledges of billions and billions of people, and we hear only about food security. We are thinking of our next harvest. Please make sure that our farmers and food producers, many of them are women producers, that they can get the starting material, that they can get the right fertilizers, and not just fertilizers, but the right fertilizers that suit the product, the crop, but also the soils, and then make sure that we are able to survive to also grow the crops and harvest. So they are extremely resilient, but they are asking, don't come with old-fashioned global responses. Please support us at community level, at district level, and at country level, because here it has to happen. Ethiopia has its own way, Vietnam has a different way, but they are driving their own future, and they are desperate for a response to their clear demands.
Yeah, I think that's a really clear call about the way that we need to structure this response differently. Sarah, I'd love to come to you next to learn a little bit about what USAID is doing and the role that you see the Bureau in this moment of crisis.
So first, a little news from this morning. We just announced an additional $125 million in assistance for Somalia. This brings our total contribution just this year, just to the Horn of Africa, to nearly $1.8 billion in investments in emergency response in the Horn of Africa. But critically, it's not just the emergency response. It's building on years of investment in social safety net programs, in herd management programs, in nutrition, in climate smart agriculture investments, including more investments coming through our Feed the Future program in the Horn. But this is really, to be very honest, we're doing this, it feels like, in a vacuum. Not a vacuum in terms of what national governments, the steps they're taking to respond in the face of this crisis, but really a vacuum in terms of the global response. We have the experience of 2011 of waiting way too long to respond. We thought we learned the lessons of 2011, invested in early response in 2016, 2017, a global response. And we just haven't seen the same kind of global response this year in the face of a much more severe crisis.
My colleague Sarah Jerving actually has been on the ground in Somalia a couple of times this year. If you haven't seen her reporting, I highly encourage you all to have a look at it. It's really disturbing, but very compelling, and really lays out all of the issues that Somalia is experiencing. And she has been reporting on the same, a bunch of people on the ground saying, we have been ringing the alarm bells and no one is acting the way they need to be. And do we need official famine? Does someone need to officially say this for it to be a big enough emergency? And why? Why is that the case? Gerda, I can tell you want to jump in.
Because waiting for a famine is so hopeless, I would say, because it will create more political instability, more conflicts. And think about Somalia. They have enough on their plate, I would say. It would be an investment in people's nutrition, because if people have a roof on top of them and they are able to nourish themselves and their children, and maybe send their children also to school at a certain moment, you would invest in peace and stability. Because why would people start to refuse or migrate or be attracted to be recruited by a destabilizer or a conflict connected? So it's much more than only focusing on one crisis, on a health crisis, on a nutrition crisis. It is the question, do we want to invest in prosperity, not only in our own country or in our own bank account, but prosperity also in the rest of the world? Are we ready to share much more and much better and much more equal between countries, but also between genders? Or do we respond to crisis after crisis, repeating global mistakes that we have made in 2008, 2011, and that we are repeating to do right now? When are we able to not only learn the lessons and say, okay, we got it, but also to apply the impact of the lessons that are brought to us and shared with us from the previous crisis?
Ruth, I want to bring you in on this piece. I'd love to hear from you what role you want to see different orgs playing, whether it's, governments, donors like the US, other multilateral institutions, groups like Sun Movement. What does everyone need to be doing right now to respond to this crisis?
Thank you, Teresa. It's after 9 p.m. here in Nairobi, and I want to say hello to all of you and to say that I've been working on these issues all my professional life, and I just fear that I might leave the world when the issues are still on the table. And we know what to do, really. We have the data, we know what to do. The situation is getting worse. We have survived the corona. We have survived the pandemic. And I recall addressing the pandemic, countries tended to be very individualistic. very protectionist. But we only managed to bring it under control when we all came together. I was part of a global pandemic network, and that was the message. You know, if you leave Kenya by itself to go on suffering the corona, and USA and Europe are taking care of themselves, you not have done anything. And I don't know, I really don't know why we have not managed to bring this issue under control. Malnutrition, I mean, we enjoy seeing all these malnourished children, women suffering, they are pregnant on TV screens and feeling sorry sometimes. And at the end of the day, nobody wants to contribute because why haven't we done something all this time? So this my view right now. I think this is my view right now. My view right now. And God, it's so good to see you again after Kigali. We were on the same panel. This is my view. Firstly, we need serious political will. We need all these leaders where they are to be serious about this. You know, they don't go hungry. They don't know what malnutrition looks like except what they see in the media. They have no idea what hunger is. We need real political will. Secondly, it needs to be solved at the ground level, at the family level. Yes, I know the US, they give a lot of money. You are not the only ones, the European Union. And I just discovered when the war with Russia came up that actually Kenya was also importing wheat, vegetable oils from Ukraine. I could not believe it. Yet we can grow this. So yes, we need the donors to work very closely with the governments. The same way we worked closely during the corona, the pandemic. We are in this together. When you give those funds, do those funds really reach the targets? Do they reach the communities? I'm an academic who works at the community level. And I can tell you, whenever I hear pledges, I just say, yeah, it's just another pledge. Because my community and areas I visit in these African countries, I don't see those resources reach the ground level. They don't reach the small organizations on the ground who are working with the farmers. We need actually to involve them. So the funding mechanism needs to really change, because I'm sure a lot of money, if you take Africa, a lot of money has come to this continent. But at the end of the day, what we have to show for and institutions, we just have too many institutions. So I had said I don't want to be complaining. But Teresa, we have the answers. We can do things differently. The funds are there. We can actually make sure now we involve the countries themselves and hold them to accountable. What are you putting on the table even as I bring this? We cannot go on seeing people hungry when there's so much food in the world. We cannot afford to see children dying. Kenya is facing the worst famine ever since 1928. I've just been watching the floods in Pakistan. People are desperate all over the world. So we have to do something. I think the time is now. We are already too late, but we have to do something really. I think we know what to do.
I think that's an excellent call to action as we find ourselves here at the New York General Assembly with the world leaders all in town. Some of us on this stage will be walking off of it to head over to UNICEF to hear a little bit about exactly what you're talking about. There's supposed to be donor pledges made to add to the $200 million that USAID has already pledged for our UTF scale up. And you're exactly right, Ruth. It's not like we don't know what to do. We know exactly what the solutions are. We just managed to not be able to achieve them.
But this is the different, and I think the professor has made this crystal clear. Compared to previous crises, people at community level and in countries have created their collaboration. They know exactly what to do. They are indeed desperate to get the funding in a way they are able to invest it, and not that it is brought to them through mechanisms where other priorities are driven rather than the interest of the people themselves. So I think that is the difference, to respond and say, okay, we will make it possible to for you to solve the problem and to invest in stronger ownership, build capacity strengthening to drive potential solutions forward. And that makes a big difference because people are able to do it themselves. They are not helpless. They can do if they get a little bit of support and response to their concrete demands.
Exactly. They need the resources. And Sarah, I wanted to ask you about the RUTF scale up. So USAID made the announcement, I think July. It's been a bit, and obviously there's this pledging event later this afternoon. But tell us more about how that money is being rolled out. I mean, how quickly can that get to people that need it?
So that money is already moving RUTF throughout the world, but in particular in the Horn. Even though we've seen in Kenya, Ethiopia, Somalia, a 50% increase in demand for RUTF treatment, we have been able to invest in the pipeline such that we think we will be able to meet those needs in the near term. And that is with
near term
through the end of the year.
Okay.
That's with the $200 million investment that USAID has made. As you mentioned, it was really important for us to bring other actors into that commitment and to bring other actors into that commitment in a sustained and multi-year way. So we've seen commitments from the Eleanor Crook Foundation, from SIF, from Chris Hahn and others, and tune in another hour or so to hear more pledges and commitments coming, not just specifically to the RUTF pipeline, but to broader investments in wasting treatment and wasting prevention as well in the near term. But I will say, again, I think we're already failing if we're getting to the point of RUTF delivery. And we know that this works. We know that it saves lives. We know that it's needed right now, which is why we've made this investment. But it's certainly not the totality of our investment and our partnership to address nutrition issues in the Horn or globally.
And will any of that money go towards delivery and sort of wraparound costs for supporting health systems for actually rolling that out? Because another unfortunate knock-on effect of the food crisis is not only do we have more people malnourished, the inputs for RUTF are more expensive, and transporting RUTF is more expensive because fuel costs are so high.
Yes, and certainly our investments more broadly beyond that $200 million in nutrition is really a recognition of all of the factors that you've identified. I actually feel like I spend a lot of time, particularly up on the Hill with our Congress, explaining that there's no food solution to a food crisis. That we really, particularly to prevent famine, have to invest in water and sanitation infrastructure, in health systems, as well as building bridges between nutrition and health communities as well.
May I make two suggestions here? One is let us please have a look at opportunities to support RUTF production close to where it is used. We were in Kigali, indeed, in Rwanda, where there is a company that is sourcing from around 50,000 smallholder farmers, working with 150 cooperatives to produce 24/7 RUTF. They are able to provide jobs. They are giving farmers an income security. They have worked with them to improve their production and avoid or prevent aflatox, etc. This is amazing. And on top of this, they when they make profit, they return 2/3 of the profit, 66% of the profit, into other nutrition programs. So this is the way to go instead of exporting from very expensive, very often European companies, etc. So please have a look. The same counts for fertilizers. There are many countries who are looking for, are we able to produce fertilizer that is better responding to our soils and to our climate and nature biodiversity, I wanted to say, rather than the big supply from the global players. There is the opportunity in the crisis, making sure that farmers and people, communities themselves, can drive their own agenda, because that is also part of what the previous speaker on the Global Fund said. Let's not forget that we are investing in the Sustainable Development Goals. They are all connected: health, nutrition, prevention of malaria and HIV and all these kind of things. Let's work together also at the community level.
I do want to assure you that we're supporting local and regional procurement of our ETF, in addition to the US and Europe are certainly critical suppliers right now to the response, but we've been investing for some time in regional procurement, particularly in Africa, to respond to regional needs.
And what are you hearing about production capacity? I've heard that essentially the whole system is operating at max capacity. And obviously, when we want an influx of money, we want to be able to produce more, but you're actually going to hit a point where the factories truly cannot do it any faster.
Well, certainly one of the objectives with mobilizing these kind of resources, and in particularly mobilizing resources with a bit more of a tail than even the US government resources will have in the very near term, is to create the kind of incentives that increase capacity over the next, not just 3-4 months, but the next years going forward. And the sad truth is, as you cited, we're only reaching about a quarter of the people that actually need, the quarter of the children that actually need treatment. But the sad truth is also, we are spending more and more every year in this space. And what we've tried to do with this announcement, with bringing other donors into it, is to provide the kind of market signal and dialogue with suppliers to incentivize them to increase their production, including
in the company I visited in Kigali. The management told me our outlook is a little bit dire, because we don't have the right starting material for the next harvest right now. So we will have problems with sourcing while the demand is going up. So please help us with the right starting material and getting through fertilizers. And then they said, it is often these mechanisms that are also financial mechanisms that are risk averse, and that create a whole lot of bureaucracy, because they are not sure that they will get return on investment, etc. And then they say, just sorry, we are so sorry, but we cannot help you. Well, this is something we shouldn't take for granted anymore.
Mm-hmm. Ruth, I want to bring you back into the conversation and talk a little bit about the way forward. And we've obviously been talking about the emergency situation, really dire outlook right now, but we can't forget resilience building in all of this and the work that needs to be done to ensure not only are people not starving now, people are not starving next year and in 5 years and in 10 years. Ruth, what do we need to be doing on the ground to ensure that farmers can provide for their families and everyone has enough food to eat?
Thank you, Teresa. Not that I have the answers.
It's the $1 million question. Go.
I only work with my own communities. I know what I do with my own communities is that really you just have to work with them on the ground, and you'll find solutions on the ground. And people survive. Even during this corona, it had been predicted all of Africa would be wiped out, but people survived, and they survived partly by going back to those so-called poor man's crops, foods that Gada was talking about. The cassavas, the potatoes, now they are back, the indigenous vegetables and so on. People are finding indigenous medicines and, treating them even like food and so on. And if you right now go to homes and try to find out what are people eating, they are not starving. Children seem to be okay. What is it they are doing? I think we can support them where they are. We can support them right there. And I'm sure this can happen in any continent, in any situation. It's not just in Africa only, but in any situation. Of course, when you come to where the hunger is and is big, in the north, in the Horn of Africa, I don't know what will sustain it, because we used to have these famines and droughts every 5 years. But now it's like it's coming every year, you know, it's just continuous. Climate change, we need to take it very seriously. We need answers. I think we need answers from all of us, you know, plus the people themselves, people who have survived during this situation. So really what I'm saying, Teresa, is that we need to learn from those who are surviving. We need to learn from the ground. Even those of us with the PhDs and we have these nice titles, we need to learn from the ground. We need to value indigenous knowledge, and we really need to try and see how we can make it for human survival. Because at this rate, you know, another crisis will come, we may not even be able to survive it. Thank you.
Can I jump in on this? I traveled to Somalia and Kenya about 6 weeks ago and visited an area of Turkana that I had first lived in 20 years ago. And I was struck, you know, as Ruth said, these are drought cycles that are relatively familiar in northern Kenya, but they're coming so fast and furious. And I was struck in talking with some of the local Turkana women that in previous droughts, people would lose half their herds, 3/4 of their herds, maybe even most of their herd. And their first request would be help on restocking. And this time, people weren't asking for help on restocking. They were saying, I have nothing. I have lost all of my herd, and I do not see a future in pastoralism. I want help sending my children to school. I think we've long talked about the kind of humanitarian development nexus, and a lot of the resilience investments, a lot of the work on social safety net programs over the last decade have been lessons learned and in dialogue between those two communities. But I think we have to get very serious about this conversation about climate adaptation and have a much more coordinated approach, taking the lead from what people in communities that are impacted want, what they're asking for, what they need, in order to really seriously look at adaptation investments along with the most immediate humanitarian response, the resilience investments. These resilience investments helped people sustain themselves, helped people weather shocks of the 5-year drought, the every 5-year drought, the 2 or 3 failed rainy seasons, not the 5 and 6 failed rainy seasons that is now coming every 3 or 4 years. And so, really looking again at both how do we invest in local institutions, local communities, and help them navigate what is going to be.
But here's also the good news, and thank you for bringing this up, because I don't want us to walk with our head down, totally depressed out in the streets of
This
New
is
York.
good because we're almost at time. So end us on something optimistic.
Yeah, no. I just want to re-emphasize the opportunity in the crisis. Last year, around this time, we had the Food Systems Summit, where people from the climate sector, biodiversity sector, nutrition and health sector, and food production sector came together. They have developed a combined agenda, and countries have developed based upon these outcomes, joint outcomes for climate and for people, for the planet and people alike, the national food systems pathways. They are developed in 146 countries, serving indeed biodiversity, saving climate, but also investing in diversification of food and crop production so that it's more nutritious and that farmers and food workers get a decent income. If you would take the opportunity to look into this opportunity per country, you would get 3 times more for $1 invested, because you do something for the climate, for the income of people, and for the health and nutrition of people. And you do also something for preventing malaria and HIV and other things, because let's not forget, good nutrition is also the best preventer for any infection, including, not preventer, but it helps to boost resilience.
Alrighty, I think that's a great way to end. Ruth, Sarah, Gerda, thank you so much for joining us. This conversation will remain ongoing on Devex. I really encourage you all to subscribe to Devex Dish, where we will continue to be covering all of these issues and featuring the reporting from me and all of my colleagues on this important topic. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. Ruth, sleep well. People need your energy tomorrow again.
Okay.
Now I'd like to welcome to the stage my colleague, Kate Warren.
I'm Kate Warren, Executive Vice President, Executive Editor at Devex. If you don't know me, you probably got some emails from me about this event, so happy to see so many of you here. We are actually going to continue the conversation on malnutrition, and I am happy to be joined by one of our partners for today's event, Oliver Wright, who's the Managing Director for Consumer Goods and Services at Accenture. So Oliver, I want to start, when you think about malnutrition and organizations working on this, Accenture might not be the first one to come to mind. Think of you as consulting, advisory services, working across many industries. So why and how do you work on this topic?
Yeah, so curious question, like why would a company like Accenture be so engaged in this sort of conversation? So we have about 750,000 employees. We're the largest provider of support to the nutrition industry globally. And the consumer goods team alone that supports that is around 29,000 people. So we have a huge number of people who are personally very engaged in this conversation and understand it. And a large number of those folks we have also work and live in the developing world as well. So it's a topic that's very top of people's minds. And as we were thinking about how we could make a difference, this is not something we see as a big commercial question for us. This is much more about recognizing that there are things that we have unique skills that we can bring to bear on topics that really genuinely matter. And that's why we got engaged in this conversation.
So in our previous panel, we laid out a lot of the challenges and obstacles, really the dire outlook for malnutrition. So how is a private sector company like yours uniquely positioned to help address those? And how do you think about your role in addressing these challenges?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think just a couple of things in terms of just level setting here. Because again, I think when we look at the nutrition challenge overall, we are now getting much better understanding of how broadly impactful it actually is as we're actually measuring what's happening. And as a number of you may know, the old 2 billion number that we talked about in terms of the net impact of malnutrition impacting is now climbing, and we think it could be somewhere between 3.5 billion, right? So it's a huge number that's increasing. The second thing that's happening is that people's understanding of the impact between nutrition and well-being is also becoming much clearer. And that's not just a less developed world challenge, it's a global issue. And even if you look in places like the UK, where people will say, well, why are you talking about issues around nutrition and malnutrition from that perspective? There is relatively low unemployment in the UK right now, right? People think, okay, great. One of the biggest underlying reasons for there being low unemployment in the UK is that a lot of people in their 50s and 60s have left the workforce permanently, and most of the reason for those people having left is because they have some massive underlying health condition which prevents them from being able to work. A large number of those are nutrition and food related. So this is something that's not just a developing world issue, it's a truly global issue. And the last thing that's really we're struggling with linked into this, and again, this is where I think you start to think about how we start to think about scientific solutions being brought into this, is I'll give you another example of how impactful this is. One of the big areas we're looking at as we're trying to drive innovation is around alt proteins, right? So this is the development of plant or lab-based meat alternatives. Why is this so important as a climate issue? Because as we project forward, without any substantial changes in the pathway for meat consumption in the world, our entire greenhouse envelope, so all the greenhouse gases that we can emit, will be completely absorbed just by meat consumption by 2050, right? So if we don't create some pathway to get people to move towards other protein alternatives, we'll literally exhaust the planet. So we're talking about huge challenges. So when we think about our obligation and commitments in this space, we're very much thinking about how do we actually ensure a pathway to responsible consumption that we can sustain, that our kids can sustain, our grandkids can sustain, because I think everybody in the room would agree we're not on that pathway right now, and we need enormous wrenching change. And as the largest provider of services to the industry, we thought, well, we can't stand by and let that go by the by.
Yeah, so I'd like to maybe dig into an example of how you're doing this. So can you talk a bit about your Sustainability Improving Global Nutrition or SIGN program and how it works on these?
Yeah, sure. So as we started to look at these areas, what we did is we started to look at what relationships we could form with different players in the industry. So we've been working with the World Economic Forum team for a number of years now looking at this. They've got a big program going on with nutrition. We've also been working with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And we started to work with them looking at how their big nutrition program was going and thinking about what we could do uniquely differently. So what we're doing with them is we formed an initial 5-year partnership with a large number of actors already involved to look at what we can do to understand how the world's nutrition resources are being used, particularly to look at initially at micronutrient fortification, so food fortification, which is a huge underlying issue. So when we talk about issues around things like hidden hunger, there are a huge number of folks who have full bellies but are not getting the nutrition they need to actually live healthy lives. And it's having huge impact on the number of daily adjusted life years that they actually live. So what we've agreed is to work with them to integrate, and what we're primarily doing is looking at integrating all the different sources of data to understand how at a very practical level we can get the insights to the folks that need them so that they can make much more informed decisions around how do they optimize the overall nutrition system globally.
And so, we have a lot of people in the room or leaders from NGO, public sector, civil society. How do you see working with them, or what advice might you have to them on trying to engage and work with a private sector company like Accenture on these issues?
Well, I think there's a few things here. First of all, if I think about the commitments that the consumer goods industry as a whole are making to understand these challenges and so on, we have seen a marked change in the level of commitment and interest over the last 18 months. And a lot of that is linked, obviously, to commitments also to questions around climate and people seeing the linkage in these areas. If we go back, so one of the things that we were asked to do was to work with the Consumer Goods Forum and the United Nations on the commitment across all the retailers and consumer goods companies globally on decarbonization. So we started those conversations leading into COP26. And when we started, there was about just under a quarter of the big players who'd said they were going to make some kind of substantial commitment. By the time we got to Glasgow, we'd gotten about half the players there, and that number's now continuing to climb. And I think as that's happening, the debate typically moves from focusing on questions around and making commitments on sustainability to then recognizing there's the broader commitments around moving towards nutrition as well. So the first thing I would say is there is this emerging. People are becoming much more informed about it. They recognize that this is something that needs to happen, partly because investors are asking for it, partly because their employees are asking for it, but partly because also they see the fact that right now we're not on a pathway, and ultimately that will mean that they will struggle. So the first thing I'd say is actually get involved, right? The second thing I'd say is please don't do it on your own, because there are, in every single topic area that we see, there is somebody trying to tackle some part of it. But there's very little, unfortunately, there's not as much holistic integration of what's happening. And one of the things that we've been working now through with the World Economic Forum team is how do we understand, to create a much clearer integrated system to understand all these different pieces and to understand who's working on what questions, and to make that actually visible to people as well. So there's don't do it alone, and please do get stuck in.
And is that part of what you're doing here this week at UNGA? Obviously, we have a lot of people across these sectors, organizations, and all the many events happening around town. What is it that you're hoping to get out of this week? What conversations are you having? What commitments would you like to see?
I think for us, it's as much as anything, it's about connecting the dots and trying to work out how we can use the skills that we've got, because we've got incredibly deep teams in things like data and analytics. We obviously have a broad level of connections with folks who are thinking about innovations in the systems and so on. And typically, what we recognize is that if we think about human behavior, it's very, very hard to shift human behavior. So what we're recognizing from the consumer side is that we will need to drive innovations in R&D in either product innovation or business model innovation or understanding about how the system works to enable things to happen. Because fundamentally, it's going to be very hard to get people to change what they historically we've actually got to enrich the products in which they eat so that they feel like it's a natural process. So if I use the meat example, right, I don't believe that if we create a big education campaign that we're going to be able to get people to stop eating as much meat, right? The highest level of meat consumption in the world is this year. The next highest will be next year, and so on. So what we've got to do is we've got to work out ways where we can, what we describe as moving towards meat equivalency. And the same thing is true in other food products as well, is creating two products where you can't tell which one was actually created in a lab and which one wasn't. And in fact, the one that is created in a lab is better than the alternative. So huge levels of change in actual product R&D. The second one, I think, is around driving and looking for examples of innovations in business model as well, because we have to make it easy for people to be able to do these things and have to be able to make it easy to be able to provide support in the developing world in the same way. So understanding how it is that we can make it so that the adoption of this is as easy as possible. And the third thing for us is looking also at people who are driving in innovations in data and analytics, because there are huge levels of sources of information that are out there. And what we're trying to do as quick as we can is get those pieces connected to the benefit of everybody.
Great. Well, any last words for people in the room on how they could engage with you, with Accenture, how they could think about working with you on some of these issues?
No, I mean, just reach out to us. I mean, as I said, this is something that we're deeply committed to. As a Plenty, we recognize that we have to support the adjustment towards a long-term pathway that's sustainable, and we're in it for the long term.
All right. Well, thank you, Oliver. I'd now like to invite to stage my colleague, Catherine Cheney.
The Pavilion, you're probably very familiar with the fact that a year from now, the UN will be convening the high-level meeting on UHC to revisit a commitment made in 2019. A lot has changed in 3 years. That's an understatement. And yet the fact remains that health equity is not a reality. So this session is all about how do we move from rhetoric, there's a lot of it around global health equity, to reality. What steps need to be taken? What challenges stand in the way? What more is needed? Hopefully we can even inspire some partnerships in the room. So we're joined by two great speakers to discuss this topic. First, I'd like to welcome Dr. Vanita Gupta to the stage. Thank you. She's director of the Secretariat of the Action Global Health Advocacy Partnership, which we'll hear more about. I'd also love to welcome Temi Giwa Tubasun. She's the founder and CEO of LifeBank, which helps hospitals to discover and deliver essential medical supplies in Nigeria and beyond. So we'll hear more about that as well. Thank you both so much for joining us, and welcome. So let's start by just acknowledging the challenge, and then I want to work toward discussing what does reality look like. We discussed ahead of this conversation, I don't want the conclusion of this conversation to be, we need to move from rhetoric to reality, but to actually talk about what does that look like. And of course, you both are doing important work right along these lines. So I'll start with you, if that's all right, Vanita. I know that so often when we have these conversations, we talk about the importance of lived experience. And certainly you have that. So while I know typically on panels, we don't focus on bios, in this conversation, we're actually going to talk a lot about both of your paths to where you are today. We have an activist and we have an entrepreneur on stage. And I'd love to hear about your perspectives and then bring you in conversation with each other. So tell us more about the path to where you are today and why that lived experience shapes what you're able to do.
So that's interesting, Catherine. I grew up in India, and I started my right to health advocacy and activism when I was an 18-year-old medical student. But you know what? I had real feel and lesson when I started living here in the US 20 years ago. This October, it'll be 20 years ago. And it's in living in India as from a family of physicians and politically influential family, I could not think that I would not have access to best healthcare. But when I started living in US, for a short period of time, I did not have healthcare.
and I did not have dental care. And I made a choice to get my tooth extracted rather than save it. I had to call my batchmate from medical school who practices in California to say, hey, do you know anybody, dental doctor? I'm in a lot of pain, who can pull it and not take the money. So he called favors. And that's when I realized that it's one thing to work as an advocate and activist, but it's another thing when you get that lesson yourself. And also it reminds us that, and if we have learned anything from COVID, that's one thing. It's everybody's business. And in the US, unfortunately, we are one job loss and one medical calamity away from being on the other side of health equity. So I feel like for many, many years, working as a physician, working on right to health, working at a very primary health care center, delivering babies with nothing, almost nothing, to living here in the US and having the first-hand experience of what it means to not have health care and to make choices that you know are not in favor of your health. So that really shaped up my thinking. And I think in US, we have this arrogance of we invest in other countries, we chalk what solutions we propose, although we call it localization, right? But we want people from other countries to regurgitate what they presume to be our thinking, right? So I think it's time for us to learn. We have the most messed up primary healthcare system, if I can even say that we have it, right? So it's time to learn where people have made some progress.
Thank you so much. Temi, I want to hear more from you. I'm very familiar with LifeBank. My focus at Devex is on tech and innovation, and I know LifeBank has been a rising star in the space of global health tech and innovation. But for those who are less familiar, can you talk about not only your path to founding LifeBank, but how it directly connects with this issue of global health equity and not just talking about it, but doing something about it?
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. For me, I have maybe a single passion. Of course, the work we do at LifeBank is a lot larger than my personal passion. But for me, I have, even before I became a mother, I have been obsessed with maternal health for as long as I can remember. And when I became a mom about 8 years ago, I had a very difficult birth. And I felt like the universe was moving me towards this direction. I already had an intellectual passion for it. And now I had a personal reason to, do this work and make it my life's work. One of the things that animated this passion was, I found out a very innocuous, fact that I think many people would have seen, but that just sort of like entered my head and would not leave. That 4 out of 5 women could survive childbirth if you simply moved blood into the facility where they were delivering. And I just thought, like, I'm not a doctor. I can't really fix all the other cause of maternal mortality, but this one I could do. I could do something about, right? 4 out of 5, those are great odds. So what I did was moved back from the US to Nigeria and started LifeBank, basically building that supply chain system. Started with blood. During the pandemic, expanded to medical oxygen, medical consumables, and now even doing medical equipment and building that supply chain for all the supplies and all the equipment that hospitals need to deliver quality healthcare. So for me, I think that the plight of women, I think, is something that the world has ignored for a very long time. We always speak around it. But instead also like doing that commitment, making that commitment and that will to really transform maternal health has been really missing. And for me, the journey to health equity for me is making childbirth safer, making childbirth, honoring the people who bring life into the world and sustain the human race. So for me, that is my single passion that drives this idea of equity. I don't think we can say that we have an equitable system if women are still dying in childbirth of preventable causes. While I was preparing for this panel, I read somewhere from, I think it was a British medical journal, that says about 5.4 million deaths happen annually, maternal death, and all of them, every single one of them could be prevented. And I just think that globally, as a global health community, we must take the same learning we got from the pandemic and bring it to solving maternal health once and for all.
Thank you, Temi. I really appreciate both of you sharing your personal stories. And for me, it's a takeaway that part of how we move from rhetoric to reality is to make it personal and tell stories about your personal experience. And if you haven't lived through it, as you explained, you have to at least understand what it's really like and be able to put yourself in people's shoes. And I think that's where storytelling is so important. I'll quickly just share a reflection. I was listening to your story and thinking, just to share a bit of my personal story, global health equity hit home in a way for me. The last time I was on stage for a Devex event was February 20th, 2020 at our Prescription for Progress event in San Francisco, which was mentioned earlier, focused on global health, tech, and innovation. And I was very pregnant, but not yet a mother. So I would hear about maternal mortality and of course think it was a very critical issue, right? But I hadn't experienced childbirth and bringing a baby into the world. My son was born with a terrible case of jaundice. But thankfully I had all the treatment. We were able to bring lights home to our house. And for 48 hours, we had him wrapped in UV lights. And then I learned, it gives me goosebumps to talk about it, about how hundreds of thousands of children die of jaundice every year. And so that to me, it was a moment that led me to want to take action. And so if we haven't experienced those inequities in our life or the ability to get the service that we need and realize that others don't get it, we at least need to hear these stories and tell them. So I really appreciate your personal stories. Now, Temi, you mentioned something I wanted to highlight. You talked about how, well, I can't solve this whole problem, but I can tackle one piece of the problem. So you're tackling a piece of the problem at LifeBank. You're tackling pieces of the problem at Action. And I want to hear more about what you're doing at Action. But there are systemic issues here. So individual entrepreneurs, individual activists are only going to be able to do so much. I want to also get to the systemic challenges and what more is needed. So first, let's hear a little bit more about Action. You told us about your personal path to where you are today. How did that lead to your work at Action? And tell us more about what you're doing to move from rhetoric to reality on this issue.
So there are two components, right? For personal as an activist and then as a director of the Secretariat at Action, which is Global Health Advocacy Partnership. So we have 15 partners in 5 continents, and they have worked on health equity, health for all issues before the health equity word got sexy, right? So we have worked before then. And so they work on different ways. They are leaders in their own countries and regions. So they have individual value add that they bring working in their own influence of sphere, and then they bring the collective power of sharing at the global level. So 3 things that they work on: resource mobilization, more money for global health, health equity everywhere. And then the second is the policies that are equitable. And then third is accountability. So these 3 components are the main overarching angle. And as a personal, as activist, I feel like what you mentioned, Catherine, about the systems, right? So health equity is not an isolated issue that can be tackled vertically. It's part of the socioeconomic disparities. So yes, we have a role where we can tackle health equity vertically because we can't wait until the socioeconomic disparities are dismantled, right? But at the same time, we cannot lose the sight that there's a horizontal bar, right? In US, there's a 2.9 times more, the Black maternal mortality is higher than the white maternal mortality, right? So those things, they exist within countries and between countries. And it's a paradigm, it's a colonization, the paradigm that needs to be dismantled. And so for me, 30 years in this field, I have worked on it. And I just want to add one personal story really quickly. So when I was living in India, doing as a physician, human rights activist who was recognized at the national level, I would be invited here for keynote speaking, for all these congressional briefings, you name it, and I've been there. I've traveled to more than 60 campuses doing workshops and talking in Europe and US. So I would go back very happy in India saying, oh, I contributed, I spoke truth to power. And my time was worth it because I wasn't earning out of it. I was a physician, so I would take away time from my practice, but I thought it was worth it. It took me, again, 20 years living here to see how that was exploited. So all voices are needed, but at the same time, it's important to understand that the lived experiences or the people from South are brought in but do they have a seat on the table?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Are they involved? Are we sharing the decision making with them? Are we sharing resources? Are we willing to concede some power? Right. So that is where I think my personal passion is.
And if there's time in this conversation, I want to hear of models where that's worked well, where there is actually that seat at the table. But Temi, I want to bring you into this and better understand. You talked about your initial motivation for getting into this work with LifeBank. What I have not had the chance to hear from you about is, speaking of all the change in the past 3 years, and what will be revisited next year at the UN high-level meeting on UHC. Actually, there's been backsliding on so many of the issues that you've worked to tackle at LifeBank for factors beyond your control. The impact of COVID on maternal mortality has been devastating. So can you talk us through LifeBank, in this COVID time? What has that looked like? How have you worked to, continue your mission, and yet you're up against some pretty daunting challenges?
Thank you. So there are the three things that we really are passionate about, and sort of like three buckets of thinking about how we build our work at LifeBank. First is innovating, right? Innovating to solve entrenched problems. The next one is really not being afraid of profit, right? Having a comfort with emerging profit with impact, right? And feeling very comfortable in those two silos. Often because, historically, the folks who charge for services will be on one side, and the people who deliver free services will be on the other side. For us at LifeBank, we feel a complete comfort in both sides. And then the third one is really looking for global partnership to accelerate our work and to catalyze the changes that we're trying to create. So on the innovation side, I think something really magical happened at LifeBank during COVID that I think was really interesting. We entered COVID operating in 2 cities in 1 country, 1 product, basically distributing blood and blood products. Today, we operate in 3 countries. We have a marketplace that connects thousands and thousands of hospitals at the last mile with 4 different types of products. We produce oxygen, and the business has really grown and expanded, and there's a confidence in how we innovate, right? There's a confidence with the problem we're innovating for, and there's clarity on our side in the business as we're here to solve problems. We're going to solve that problem first using technology, distribution, and then we're going to figure out the business model after. On the profit side, again, I've always been, we've sort of like engaged with this idea of cross-subsidization, and I want to talk about it briefly. The idea of charging people who can pay more, charging them more, and then making sure that subsidizes for the last mile. And we're very comfortable with that business model because we think inherently there's justice there, right? So for me, I think that's another sort of like paradigm that COVID really brought, because while we were all locked down, people at ministerial level would call it to me and say, I need oxygen, right? But what I'm able to do is, I'm going to charge you a lot more, right? Because you have the resources. And I'm going to make sure that this very tiny hospital in the middle of the last mile, right, in a place where no one knows about, has access to oxygen. And that's how I'm going to play this. And we've sort of like taken that and run with it. The third part is really figuring out the path to partnering internationally, to working with institutions like School Foundation, like Merck for Mothers, to really have them catalyzing the progress that we're making, expanding us to, powering our expansion to Ethiopia, to Kenya, to places as far as Maiduguri in Nigeria and Borno State. So for me, I think those are the 3 things that have changed during COVID for LifeBank. This idea, again, of innovating, that confidence to innovate, being comfortable with profitability and cross-subsidization, and then really looking for international partnership to catalyze our work, particularly in places where it's not inherently profitable yet.
Really helpful. I have further questions for you, but I want to bring in a perspective from the audience. And I think we have someone here in the audience from Seed Global Health, which I think would have a unique perspective to offer. Let me make sure we can get you the mic, and we'll have you introduce yourself and pose a question.
Thank you so much. I'm Bonaventure Isiwe from Seed Global Health. I'm Managing Director for Impact and Strategy. Thank you so much for bringing up this topic on sort of like transitioning from rhetoric to reality. And I think it comes at a very good timing as we head into the next high-level meeting. It feels like yesterday in 2019 when we had the last high-level meeting. And I think personally, I was feeling like everyone was truly hands on deck. There were tons of commitments. We're leaving no one behind. There was that one moment in time when I thought we're not just speaking about it, we're actually going to do it. And then, as if it was like a harbinger of what was going to come, COVID strikes. Yeah. Just here in New York, it was a classic illustration of what iniquity could look like. And I think for me, what stood out for me in terms of like distinguishing rhetoric from reality is who actually holds the power to make a difference. I felt like there was a trigger in nationalistic tendencies. There was firewalling of access, and it's held not necessarily by us, not by activists, not by technocrats, but it's in trade-related agreements, it's in insurance policies, it's firewalled in instruments that not necessarily those of us here have control over. So I think my question to the panel is, how do we bring those invisible actors to the table? Because it sounds like we're talking to each other, celebrating it, we truly believe in it, but someone holds the power behind us. So how do we bring those to the table? Thank you.
Thank you, Bonaventure. Great questions. Who holds the power? And actually, it brings home something I had hoped to revisit. You mentioned we need to bring these voices to the table, but as Bonaventure put it, how? So let's end with that. How do we bring these voices to the table?
So the thing is, assuming that those powers want to concede their power, that's the toughest thing, right? So if we cook food and put on the table and bring the actors, bring the different stakeholders and give them pepper and salt, say make the food, how much can they change? Mm-hmm. So we need to have stakeholders on the table. Who, when, why, so what is so crucial. You can have people who look like me, or who look like you or somebody else, we can have them. Do they have a voice? We are often tokenized, right? So it's 80% of the CEOs and the board chairs are white in US. They hold the power. So the one thing is that the whole post-George Floyd movement, there is a lot of talk about equity. So that's a great thing, right? So people are forced to make that change. Mm-hmm. And the second thing is that I think it's like a pressure cooker. So when the steam builds up, you have to let it go a little bit so that it doesn't blast. Mm-hmm. So the system gets really, the whole colonized paradigm, the holders of the power becomes really nervous when the steam builds up. So we need to build up the steam so that people who are sitting in this room, people like us who negotiate, who sit on the boards and boardrooms, they are brought in to let that steam. And then we remember that steam was built outside of these rooms. Mm-hmm. So then we bring those voices in and share our power as well. So I think that is where we need to have diverse movements. And when we lay out the table for any conversation, we do ask, is it tokenized presence here? Or are you really part of the conversation? Shared resources, decision-making, and freedom to speech needs to be on the table.
Thank you. Tell me, what would you add to that?
So I think for me, I'm both an optimist and I'm going to be both optimistic and realistic. And I think for me, when we're thinking about power differential and global health and driving this equity in terms of leadership, I think really we need to focus on the money. Where is the resource? Where are the resources? Where are they flowing from one place to the other? There's a comparable company that very comparable to what we do at LifeBank. And, if I look at the total amount I've raised, both from venture capital, from debt capital, from, even, non-dilutive grant capital, it's by 100%, 100x larger that they have raised and I have raised. And in terms of progress, we're we're not too far from each other. So if we look at, again, if we're really very, very serious about solving and bringing equity into the decision that we're making as a global health community, I think we need to focus on where the resources are. But in terms of, and how the resource flows, but in terms of, I look at my story, right? And how I got to this room. And I think that it should make us feel optimistic that we are somehow listening to diverse voices. Like you said, it could be tokenized, often it is, but at least when we have those opportunities, I take it as my responsibility to tell the story of other innovators that are just like me, doing work very similar, maybe even better than I'm doing on the continent, in India, in Southeast Asia, across the global South. So for me, again, I feel optimistic because I'm here. And I think that many more of me. So let's go get them. Let's back them. Let's give them the resources. And I'm very grateful to the people who've backed me, who got us, who accelerated us and got us in this room. Folks like, again, like I mentioned, school, folks like MSD for Mothers, and many, many others who've seen the work that we're doing and wanted to invest.
Well, thank you so much, Temi and Vanita, for sharing your stories, for sharing what you're doing on this topic. And let's hope that a year from now, we have a lot more examples of reality, not just rhetoric. And I think a big part of that is partnerships. So hopefully those of you in this room, well positioned to take action on this topic, can talk with our panelists, talk with each other, and help in the shift from rhetoric to reality. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Well, our next guest probably doesn't need too much of an introduction if you don't know her from the big screen. Actually, in this room, you probably know her more for her longtime activism for women's rights, sexual and reproductive health rights around the world. I'd like to welcome to the stage the UNFPA Goodwill Ambassador, Ashley Judd.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you. Well, so we are here today to talk about sexual and reproductive health rights. This is an issue that is really personal to you. You've invested a lot of your time, money, resources, platform over the years on this. In our previous panel, we talked a little bit about the personal push and call for many of our panelists and why these are really issues that hit home. Could you talk a little bit about why this is such an important issue for you and that you are devoting so much of your passion and time towards it?
Sure, I'd be glad to. First of all, it's good to be in community with you, and I always appreciate UNFPA's confidence in me. I've got the best boss, Dr. Natalia. And first of all, I would start personally with my own abortion story. A man raped me in 1998, and that resulted in conception. And I was very relieved and grateful that I had access to safe and legal abortion. And it was exceptionally important because rapists have paternity rights in Kentucky and Tennessee. So that's one reason. And another reason is that I see so much suffering in the world. I've now been to 22 countries, from Bangladesh to Nicaragua to South Sudan to Ukraine to Madagascar, and unregulated fertility and family size and the lack of ability to plan and space the births of children just leads to so much suffering. There are 121 million unintended pregnancies every single year. That's a lot of children and a lot of healthcare, poverty, mental illness, mental health related burden and inability to participate in the labor force, child marriage, consequences for girls and women. And, I can tell you about my friend Bijou in Congo, who had an unintended pregnancy, and she experimented with an abortion that turned out to be unsafe. And she was on the back of a motorbike for 3 days with her innards falling out, trying to get to healthcare. So it's about alleviating suffering and allowing women and girls to access poverty alleviation and participate in the labor force.
Yeah, and as we've seen here in the U.S., reversal of Roe v. Wade, making abortion illegal doesn't stop it. It can just make it unsafe. And for many people in the world, it's not just legal barriers, it's cultural barriers, structural barriers, access to information and services. So why is that so critical? And what are some of the consequences of that and some of the causes from the work that you've been doing?
Well, you said it very well. Just because abortion becomes illegal doesn't mean that abortion stops. And with so many unintended pregnancies, 60% of those unintended pregnancies do end in abortion, 45% of which are unsafe, which contributes to maternal mortality, which leaves their existing children as orphans or vulnerable children. And I think that's something that we often fail to mention, the vulnerability of those children who are left behind, because most of those girls and women already have children. And in so many of the places where I work, pregnancy starts at the age of 12 because there's so much sexual coercion and rape, or, child marriage. And we need to make family planning universally accessible. It needs to be voluntary, of course. And, there are 220 million women in developing economies who don't have access to family planning. So all of these solutions have to go together. And, I think it's just so simply said that just because abortion becomes illegal doesn't mean that it doesn't stop.
So you spend a lot of time in the Congo, where the status of women and girls is quite low. How do you go about tackling these challenges? What are you seeing working? What are the challenges? But what are some of the opportunities there?
When I started working in Congo in 2008, 92% of girls and women did not have access to family planning. That's such a tragic number. And it's improved a little bit, but where I work in particular is in the Central African rainforest, where it takes 2 days to get there. Fewer white people have been to outer space than have been to where we go.
That's quite
And
a stat.
UNFPA was good enough to send a doctor with me and another UNFPA staff member, and we just did listening circles and sharing circles with, first of all, we had to get, the cooperation and permission, which we absolutely had, of the tribal elders and the clan chiefs. And then we started listening, and it turns out that both men and women did want to plan and space the births of their children. They wanted to reduce maternal mortality, and they were very interested in family planning, some because they had, been able to ride a motorbike several hours away, many hours away to a clinic. They were familiar with injectables, and they had some sophisticated language like birth intervals. And so with UNFPA, we're installing the first ever maternal health clinic this fall. And it's very slow, but it's all with their permission and with their, with their participation, and we'll see how it goes.
And I know we have some photos that you're kind enough to share that maybe we can put on the screen just to kind of show. And
so this is a typical family. They do practice polygamy, and this is just, this is actually kind of a small family. They eat one meal a day, and the papas eat the best nutrition and then complain about how their children are malnourished. So that's a traditional gender role that they're starting to renegotiate. This is the population council with the local member of parliament, Papa Albert. And you'll notice that some women are there, and they started to speak up. And this was really dynamic when they were really starting to share. And of course, everybody applauds after they speak. And she's like, you go for your walk, then you come home and you drink and you smoke, and then you beat me. And the men were clapping because everybody claps after everyone speaks. And this is the mama sharing circle where they were talking about, losing 3 and 4 children in maternal health and maternal crises.
Yeah, and I find it interesting that bringing men into the conversation, and particularly the cultural context, wouldn't it be assumed that we're supportive of expanding access to reproductive rights? But that's the case. And so I'd love to hear a little bit more about that and how you bring that into your programming and thinking about both men and women.
Well, curiously, in Coco Lepori, and I'm a woman's woman, I didn't know any women until I went in for the month of June. This is typically where a woman gives birth in Coco Lepori. This is the bed where they deliver. Because they're always in the forest foraging for caterpillars and mushrooms. They are foraging for wood. They're at the river hauling water, or they're inside their huts over smoking fires, minding, up to 18 children each. And it was only when we did the sharing circles that the women came out, and I started to get to know them personally. Mm-hmm. But so it was the men with whom I was speaking, our trackers, because we follow the bonobos, the grade 8 species, who are egalitarian, matriarchal, free from male sexual violence and dominance, because they're undergirded by strong female coalitions. And it was the trackers with whom I was chatting in the forest about family planning, and they were the ones expressing their desire for planning family size and birth intervals. And that's what gave me the courage to ask UNFPA to come to Coco Lepori.
So we need to be more like the bonobos. That's what you're saying.
Yes, we need to be more like the bonobos.
So, if you don't mind talking a little bit about this experience, actually my colleague Catherine in a previous panel shared her birth experience and how that was a real awakening to some of the injustices and inequities. You too had an experience in Congo, a not positive experience, an accident that, quite injured, where you had a real up close experience with what healthcare looks like in that kind of context. Would you mind talking a little bit about that experience and how it has shaped how you think about approaching these challenges there?
So as I said, we study, my partner and I study and follow the very endangered bonobos, who happen to be our closest living relatives. We're slightly more closely related to them than we are the female beating chimpanzees. And I was walking in the rainforest in the dark, as is my wont, but I tripped over a Lakuru root, and my leg broke in 4 places and my foot paralyzed. And I laid on the rainforest floor for 5.5 hours before a man named Papa Jean came. My leg was shaped like a boomerang, and he had to reset the bones of my leg with his bare hands in order for me to be placed in a piece of fabric and transported out of the rainforest to our camp. And what this really vividly, as you can imagine, demonstrated to me is that when there's no local health infrastructure, the suffering that I had in my body is so extraordinary and so agonizing and so visceral. And if I had not had $30, I would have, first of all, lost my leg and been an amputee, which I almost was anyway, and I would have hemorrhaged to death. But the difference was that I did have $30. My Congolese brothers carried me out of the rainforest and eventually to a motorbike, where I had to hold the bones of my legs together for 6 hours, bouncing through, the rainforest on a rough trail. But because I had the $10 to pay for fuel in the motorbike, $10 to pay Papa Didier to drive the motorbike, and $10 to pay Papa Maradona to hold me up in case I lost consciousness, I was able to be evacuated eventually to a grass field, where a bush plane came to get me, and eventually 67 hours later, I got medical help. But that was because I had $30. And if not, I was just a Congolese person with a Congolese fate.
And so in your role with UNFPA and thinking about wearing your UNFPA hat, how do you go about solving those challenges? You said $30 doesn't sound like a lot. Imagine it's much more than just getting those resources there. How are you all thinking about working in such complicated contexts like Congo, the many places that UNFPA works, and solving some of these?
So partnerships were mentioned, and I do think it is about partnerships. And I also think it's about fundamentally caring. It's about fundamentally caring for people and knowing that they deserve our attention, they deserve our time. And, I ended up there because bonobos are male coercion free, and I wanted to go see them. And I keep going back because I love bonobos, but I also care deeply about the people, that they deserve to have the medical, they deserve to have the health interventions happen in ways that are appropriate for them. And UNFPA is culturally sensitive and does it all voluntarily. And so this will come together in an appropriate way. But now I'm reaching out to Totsten. I sat with Molly yesterday, and I'm going to go to her cultural training in Senegal so that I can work with the people of Kokolapori appropriately. And then it will be the partnerships, reaching out to Gates Foundation and seeing what else we might be able to do in Kokolapori. So I can't be all things to all people, but I can be something to somebody.
And as we've talked about in the earlier part of the programming, health indicators across the world have really taken a huge hit since COVID. This week, all these leaders here are talking about these issues. What do you want to see come out of it? And are you hopeful that we have the right momentum to actually improve some of these indicators that have really, you probably have better stats than I do on some of the data of what it looks like out there. Is there hope?
We have to center girls and women. So I love the director of the World Health Organization. I'm surprised, as Bono said last night, he doesn't have arrows in his back from everything that comes at him. And yesterday he was asked, what are your 3, if you could have 3 wishes for the World Health Organization? And I was just in my seat going, come on, girls and women, come on, girls and women. It didn't quite come out of his mouth. But as Cheryl Wudun and Nicholas Kristof wrote, women hold up half the sky. And so we must center girls and women in our agenda, because if they're having 121 million unintended pregnancies a year, the consequences for them and their health and their ability to participate in a robust economy and their families and the consequences for climate are absolutely catastrophic. And we see this in the rainforest. We see the pressure on the rainforest. We see the pressure on deforestation. We see how exhausted they are. They can't do anything else except mind their children, and their bodies just absolutely give out. So that to me is really the solution, is centering girls and women and making them adhere in those SDGs 3 and 5 in all that we try to do.
And you have a new initiative in the Congo where you're trying to do just that. Can you just give us a little bit more information about this new initiative?
So that's what I was talking about in Kokolapori. So we're actually, as I said, it takes 2 days to get there, but we have the help of a member of parliament who we're going to put all the equipment on a dugout canoe. It goes upriver for 3 weeks, and then piece by piece, it goes on motorbikes that go through the rainforest for 10 days. And that's how we'll get the equipment there. You know, it's not just an underserved community. There's no government presence. There's no NGO. There's nothing there, but we're going to do our best to help women not die giving life.
Well, thank you so much, Ashley, for sharing your story, sharing your time with us, and best of luck to you in your future.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate your time and attention.
Thank you. Ashley said that she can't be all things to all people, but she's all things to us. Thank you for that incredible session, Ashley. And please join me in welcoming Phil Febo to the stage. Phil.
Thank you.
So, Phil, you're the Chief Medical Officer at Illumina. I'd love to get a sense from the room. Does everybody here know Illumina? What's the level of knowledge? Just a few hands up.
I love it. Not a lot of hands up.
Yeah. Okay.
That's going to be different after the next 10 minutes.
Exactly. Well, so I think most people here are familiar with gene sequencing as a concept anyway. Illumina is the leading provider of gene sequencing platforms, right? Machines that actually sequence genes. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, and I guess I'd like to start as far as a segue, right? We've just gone through some very heavy topics, right? Food scarcity, first food security, malnutrition, hunger, health equality, and reproductive health rights. And now we're talking about sequencing. So everybody's like, you know, why should I care about sequencing? And we'll get into the impact that sequencing has had during the pandemic, where it's hard to say that there's been a big success with 6.5 million deaths attributed to COVID. But what we'll get into is that toll would have been much higher. There would have been much more hunger, much less equity. And I think reproductive health rights would be under even more threat unless we had this technology. And so sequencing is basically reading the human, the DNA code, the code of life. We have 3 billion base pairs in our bodies, and that codes a lot. That's deterministic of a lot of our hair color, our skin color, and quite a bit of our health. COVID has a much smaller genome, 30,000 bases. And we were just thrilled to see our technology being pervasive enough and known enough to really step up when this pandemic arrived.
Just for people who might not be familiar, like there's been a trajectory of genomics, right?
Sure.
There was a point when it costs many thousands of dollars. What does it cost now to sequence a human genome?
Yeah, so right now it costs, you know, about approximately $600. To 21 years ago, when the first human genome was published, it was about $20 million. So it's getting to the point, $600 is still out of the reach for a lot of individuals in lower middle income countries, but we're dedicated as Illumina. We've brought that down by 6,000-fold, and we're going to continue to push it down. So cost of sequencing is not going to be the limitation going forward.
Right. So I guess people who do know Illumina might know because of the sequencing you did of the COVID virus. And that allowed countries to say, hey, there's a new variant coming out, and to see where it's spreading. Now, we're all trying to learn the lessons of COVID. Yeah. It's not clear yet whether we really have, but I know one element of it is how do we get better at identifying pathogens earlier before they spread all over the world? That's something you're working on. I imagine it entails getting these sequencers, these machines in more places. How is that going? Tell us a bit more about that initiative.
Well, yeah, let me get to that. Let me first mention just a brief history of how sequencing helped with COVID, talk about a success story in Africa, and then talk about where we have to go. So before, you know, in December of 2019, when respiratory illnesses were found in Wuhan, investigators were already taking samples, and we're very proud that our sequencers were used to sequence and identify this as a novel respiratory virus, most related to SARS and MERS, and give it the name SARS-CoV-2. In January of 2020, that sequence was made publicly available, and you had companies like Moderna now able, without ever having the virus in their lab, start working on a vaccine, start using their technology of RNA vaccines, and immediately use just that sequence to drive the spike protein in there, and they're off to the races. We also had companies creating point-of-care diagnostics right away, companies looking to repurpose treatments. So that started a cascade. And you're right, the sequencing then was able to track the virus as it spread. And there are multiple studies now showing that understanding the sequence of the virus and the changes that it accumulates over time really helped understand how it was introduced into communities much better than just through history taking or our phones. And it also identified these variants. And we were able to connect very rapidly the impact of the variants on our treatments, be they monoclonal antibodies or repurposed antivirals, impact on the vaccinations, the decreased transmissibility, impact on severity. And what was really incredible is that there were these, the pandemic did give us an opportunity to come together and break down barriers. And the Africa CDC led a pathogen genomics initiative where they recruited many stakeholders, including Illumina, but Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Oxford Nanopore, and Microsoft to enable investigators and laboratories within Africa to start sequencing the virus so that within the continent of Africa, they could track this. A month ago, investigators from across the continent published in Science 100,000 cases and mapped how the virus was spread through their communities. And Raj, that's how we get ready for the next one. So this pandemic brought the technology into a lot of laboratories and countries that didn't have it before. So just through African Pathogen Initiative, we introduced sequencing into 23 new countries, 43 labs, and we have a commitment to continue that. But now those sequencers don't only work for COVID. They can be used for tuberculosis, HIV, malaria, some of the biggest communicable killers. And increasingly, these same investigators, as they learn the technologies, they look at the opportunities, they can apply it to their own health issues. And increasingly in some of these countries, there are going to be non-communicable diseases that they want to apply to. Cancer, early detection of cancer. Imagine if we could leapfrog advanced disease and detect cancer earlier. There's a path for that. And that's incredible. And so it's now we have the existing infrastructure. We have to continue to develop that. We've made the technology approachable for these countries. But Raj, the importance of talking here and becoming better known is that our technology is one piece of the ecosystem, and it's really takes multiple stakeholders committed to support the laboratories, support the investigators in country, support the healthcare providers in country to create to sustainability. That's what I'm most concerned about.
And that's the classic story that many people in this room are very familiar with. An incredible technology is developed. Maybe it's a new vaccine. And you think, well, we did it. We've got this great vaccine. But of course, there's so many other steps to actually getting it into people's arms, whether it's health communication, public health, workforce training, et cetera. I imagine you face some of those challenges, right? We're talking about a machine that has a lot of capabilities. You may, as a company, say, we're willing to donate it or provide it cheap, but you got to get it to the right places. You got to train the people to use it. You've got to develop the systems around it. Tell us about some of those barriers and how people here might be able to play a part in helping solve them.
Well, when the pandemic hit, we were immediately committed to making sure that the cost of our sequencers or the cost of sequencing wasn't going to be a limitation. But as people will know, as by the count of the hands that were raised, we weren't really well versed in how to be effective in bringing technology into some of these countries. And that's why we had to work with entities that knew how to do that. Africa CDC was an incredible partner, and all we had to do is really support them. Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has incredible experience with infectious disease, so we listened to them and really felt like we started to become part of this community. And that's where I saw the success happen, is those multiple stakeholders, because, I can tell you stories of, a shipment worth, millions of dollars sitting on a tarmac in continental Africa and losing cold chain. because, the logistics, logistics. And, that didn't deter us. We sent more and maintained and had communication better. But unless you have the full system, it's hard to be a technology provider and have an impact.
We've talked a lot about equity today. I wonder if equity plays in at all in this space. Do you find that people might say, hey, these are countries that are so poorly resourced. Why are we even thinking about bringing genomics there?
Yeah, I think is an incredibly important part. Right now, there's a huge inequity in genomic sciences in that most of our knowledge of the human genome is the Northern European genome. And what's really exciting is we're seeing is across the globe, we're seeing more and more in-country sequencing moving towards raising awareness and including the genomes of diverse populations in our knowledge. And that's what we're going to need to draw upon in order to kind of pull that back to the health of individuals. So there's that. The availability we've seen when there's the will during the pandemic, there's a way for this technology to be available for lower and middle income countries. I think each of those countries have their own concerns, and sequencing is one part of a solution. But as I think about multi-drug resistant tuberculosis, multi-drug resistant bacteria, as I think about cancer and cancer becoming increasing concern in many of these countries, metabolic disease, there are more and more ways that these sequencers, once they're in the country, can be applied and used to help the health of the country.
Yeah, there's a big theme. We've covered it a lot at Devex, and I was yesterday with the head of the Africa CDC, and they're certainly very tuned into it, which is how do we bring the supply chain to the continent of Africa? And other low and middle income countries feel the same way. After they saw the hoarding of vaccines, the vaccine nationalism during the pandemic, they're saying, we want production here. But the other side of that is also the R&D before you ever get to production.
Well, we have to break the model. Genomics, the research model, has been mostly United States or European investigators going to lower middle income countries and establishing collaborations, and samples are shipped out of the country, or the fruits of those scientific efforts are mostly reported and attributed to institutions outside of the country where they work. I think it's now what we've shown during the pandemic, and with that article in Science, the top tier science journal, that when you move it in country, when you get that kind of engagement, the science can be of the highest level, but done in country. And we have to do that more and more. And that will create an ecosystem. It'll help in job development. It'll help in education, research, and it kind of feeds on itself over time. And it's not only in the service of science. There's clear paths where these countries that are now relatively, kind of moving along their concerns as far as whether it's communicable disease or non-communicable diseases, there's a path to leapfrog some of the challenges we have in, for example, in the United States, where we spend 16% of our GDP on healthcare because we're dealing with extremely advanced disease, including cancer, where if you can detect it early, you can treat in country, you can cure patients, better for the patient, better for the health system. And it's really through a path of technology like sequencing that you get there.
Right, and the key question, I think, and I know your CEO, Francis D'Souza, we've talked about this. He has a heritage from Ethiopia. He knows these contexts really well. The key question is, will these technologies roll out primarily in the richest countries in the world, and we'll wait a decade or 2 decades or not? And I think that question is partly up to Illumina, but it's also partly up to this whole community.
Well, we're dedicated to do whatever we can. For example, we're moving away from cold chain. We're moving to ambient ship. We're moving to more sample to answer, so it doesn't take an incredibly sophisticated laboratory technician. Where we had some experience in the Democratic Republic of Congo during some Ebola outbreaks, where we were able to train field laboratories quite quickly on how to establish. And in fact, while they were tracking Ebola virus, there was a small outbreak of monkeypox, and they were actually to track that down and sequence it and use the technology, immediately adapt the technology. So the barrier is coming down. the cost barrier, the training barrier, and just the logistical barrier. And that's what we can do, but there has to be a collective effort and a collective vision of where is the value for those communities to make this happen. Because unless there's value, it doesn't matter the cost, the logistics. It has to bring value to the communities.
Well, thank you for that, Phil, and thank you for bringing the topic of genomic sequencing to the UHC stage here at Devex UNGA coverage.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Raj.
All right, now that we have the seats set up, please join me in welcoming my colleague, Stephanie Beasley, Senior Reporter at Devex.
Thank you so much, Raj. Hello. We're going to be having a discussion with 4 esteemed panelists today. First, we have John Ferris, head of the Global Health Unit at Sanofi. We have Dr. Angela Gichaga, sorry, I'm going to get it, CEO of Financing Alliance for Health. Dr. Marais Atoki, CEO of ABC Health. And Naveen Rao, Senior Vice President of Health at Rockefeller Foundation. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah. Hi, so we're having a discussion today about global health financing and the financing gaps. And of course, we're having this discussion with the replenishment conference for the Global Fund happening in the background, I will say, for this. And, there has been a lot of discussion about fundraising for that, about how to keep the focus on things like HIV, malaria, tuberculosis. And I wanted to start out by asking you all, particularly Naveen and John, what you all are thinking about in terms of your commitments to the Global Fund, where you see needs. We can start with you, Naveen.
John, okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Congratulate Devex. You always do a great job, and thank you. I have just actually come from the pledging session. It was a subway ride down, and that was the fastest way to get, because it's all gridlock, because President Biden is going to be addressing, in fact, he's on stage right now addressing them. So you can imagine the fastest way was the subway. I'm glad. What was good, so those of you who are not familiar, Global Fund is looking for an $18 billion replenishment. They're well on their way. I think they're 3/4 there. They're on track. What I particularly enjoyed seeing was the various countries who, in their own capacities and however much they could, were contributing, were pledging too. So it's not the traditional donor-recipient relationship. Here it seemed more like partners and co-creation and skin in the game. And that was really nice to see countries come up with 1 million, 2 million, but were putting something into it and not just being, even these were recipient countries, but were still participating and giving. So that is good. Obviously, US is a big donor. All that is happening now. Hopefully they'll get their 18 billion, but this is really important because, in the traditional sense, you always want to double down on what works. And Global Fund has shown that what works is these cross-sector partnerships to look at big problems. So we, Rockefeller, were proud to contribute 15 million towards this fund, specifically to strengthen laboratory systems in low middle-income countries. We believe that a good, strong laboratory is the basis to be able to address global health. So let me stop there.
So thank you again for the invite and this really interesting topic. Maybe I'll start with a comment on the Global Fund and its operation itself, and the great work that's been done in infectious diseases. And we've seen great progress in malaria and TB and so on and so forth. But I think one thing that COVID has taught us is that people who have things like diabetes and cancer are at huge risk when we see a pandemic like this, and how many people have died because their NCD has not been managed effectively. So I think going forward, the great work that's been done on infectious diseases now also needs to be more investment in NCDs moving forward, because this it's great to cure someone's infectious disease, but if they have diabetes or cancer afterwards, and then we neglect them, then there's a real issue. And I think you mentioned the key word for me, which is partnerships, and how we maximize from the private sector working with the fund to make sure that where the money is invested, it's targeted. It starts with education and infrastructure in many of these countries, and this is an area we're focusing on now with the 40 lowest income countries on the planet. And we have a duty to improve the healthcare ecosystems and train and educate both patients and healthcare professionals before we even look at any intervention from organizations like ourselves. So I think that's the part we want to play in this. But let's not forget the NCDs, cancer, diabetes, hypertension are really, really important. If COVID's taught us anything, that's where the fund should look for the future.
And I'm curious, how do you sort of make decisions about having to do like both, TB, tuberculosis, malaria, HIV, and neglected diseases? How do you sort of come up with your priorities at Sanofi for that?
I mean, I think it's, everybody says what's your perfect model, but each country is different, each population is different, each healthcare infrastructure is different. But I think the key bit is how you partner and how you get everybody interested, ministries of health, NGOs, training organizations, entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs in these countries and innovators are incredibly important, and there's many of them. And we have set up a fund where we want to support those innovators to really get going from even seed money, then through set up from a startup company into scaling, and be part of that ecosystem. So we look at prioritizing where we can truly join the circle and make something happen. And the important thing is sustainability, and where we can get sustainability, so where we add to the healthcare system, where we get sustainable treatment of patients for the future, that's where we'll target first, because that's where you want your wins. And the measurement for our global health unit is patient and patient coverage, which is a new mindset from probably where we've been in the past. So that's how we focus our targets.
And I wanted to ask, for everyone on the panel, one of the things that's come up with the Global Fund is this idea of competing crises. We have COVID, we have climate change, we have a food and energy crisis, all of this happening at the same time. And so I wonder how you all are thinking about, and John sort of spoke to this, but balancing all of these issues. And I know, like, for example, Rockefeller, you all have recently announced that you're going to prioritize climate change. How do you still make sure that, you cover some of these other areas, or how do you kind of combine them, blend them together to make a really comprehensive strategy? And yeah, I think for anybody on this panel, how are you all thinking about it? I'll start with you.
So why don't we allow the other panelists to come in, and then I'll come in on the Rockefeller front.
Happy to come in there. And I just want to comment on the first question you had around, the Global Fund and the disease focus. So we do understand that we do have interventions, and we have organizations that have had particular mandates in the past, and they have shown progress with those mandates. The truth is, and I think what has been alluded to here is, when you map the patient journey, the same patient may have HIV and get TB, then get diabetes, and then get, cancer, right? And so when you do have only what is known as a disease focus, you may be able to advance the agenda in that particular area, but the truth is that person will interact with the health system at different types with different ailments. So I like what you alluded to, John, in terms of how do we not think about either a theme-focused health system or a disease-focused health system, but rather think about a platform of delivery and strengthening that across all the pillars, so that then whichever ailment you have, whichever challenge you have, you're able to actually get the quality of care at the time you require with the necessary support. to your question around health and climate, and this then becomes this false boundaries that we have created, right? There's a continuum of systems. If I ask the crowd right now, where does health stop? Where does climate start? Okay. And people are like, oh no, climate is around change of weather. Health is about how I'm feeling in my body. Right, great. Let's look at malaria, right? The cause of malaria is a mosquito. The life cycle of a mosquito and how the mosquito breeds is affected by climate, right? But because we have created these false silos and false boundaries within particular systems, we are then putting systems in competition of each other. And the truth is, in principle, yes, it's manageable that way. It's easier to cost that way, but there are areas of gray. So when we're thinking about health and climate, it should not be from a perspective of competition, but how do we think about complementary investments that then are contributing across that? So you can actually invest in nutrition, and that will also be around good food practices and agriculture, and also helping in health, and thinking about it that way would be, in my view, complementary investments that then are benefiting beyond that one system lens with an approach.
And are there examples of those types of investments that you're seeing? Are there people that you feel like, or organizations that you feel like are really getting it right in that aspect?
I would like Narveen to speak about the investments, or maybe we'll have Dr. Atoki say something before Narveen.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think I'm absolutely more comfortable to talk about the investment angle. But I will start with, and my own approach is a persuasive perspective, in the sense that I would like the audience and all of us here to step back a little and think about, and I'm talking from the perspective of Africa as a continent, all of this funding that comes in, the ecosystem itself, the different categories of people in this ecosystem, and what capacity they are each lacking. And so I hear a lot about capacity building, but I'm asking, what are we building? And what is the end result of building this capacity? So for me, I think it's an opportunity. While we're looking at closing the gap as far as financing is concerned, I think it's important to recognize what the critical key stakeholders are across this value chain or the ecosystem, as we'll have it, and identify what each one of them is lacking. So for example, I will talk about the health entrepreneurs that have the tendency to scale when we have such funding from Rockefeller Foundation and so on and so forth, to scale their existing businesses in such a way that there is more opportunity for communities and a larger part of Africa to benefit directly from them. I talk about the government itself, to recognize how does government, was consistently failed in funding the healthcare, how do they benefit also? Because I mean, I was at a forum, and surprisingly, I heard it was a safe space, so it wasn't anything that, but somebody representing government actually said, one of the reasons why they don't attend to some of this, drive towards advancing health, especially by private health professionals, is because they can't identify their stake in it. So, and it's a conversation that needs to be had. What is the stake of government in advancing healthcare, even being driven by the private sector or the private health sector? And that needs to be critically looked at. So when those fundings are coming in, when this, support or financing are coming in, it's important to recognize the critical stakeholders across the ecosystem and know where we need to build capacity. So I tell you a bit about what is going on where I come from. It's African Business Coalition for Health. And lately we recognized that gap. And we started an academy for supporting health entrepreneurs who already have established businesses, but we think they have an opportunity to scale. Because again, they're doing pretty well, but they don't have enough to go around. So I think this conversation should move also beyond just talking about capacity, but recognizing where the gaps really are and the beneficiaries of the gap, and to what end result with all that capacity birth. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think that's a good way to sort of seg into, I know we talked a little bit about building ecosystems and sustainability, but one of the questions that's come up in a lot of panels, I've attended during UNGA is the question of equity and how do you include communities? How do you make sure you're responsive to them and you're accountable to them? And I think that might be something to get into here too as well. How do you build accountability into commitments that you're making, at the company, at a foundation, as funders on the ground? How do you make sure that you are actually providing the services that are needed and also that are going to be taken?
Shall I go? Yep. So from our point of view, actually, the solution is what you just talked about. So you've actually articulated the problem in the earlier question, and now you're articulating the solution in the later question. It's really co-creating, respectfully building with the local community solutions that they know or that they need or they want, and that hence the gaps that they will fill. Gone are the days, I think we've all come out of that, where the feeling was sitting here in air conditioning, we know what they need in the other side of the fence, and we have an elegant solution that is usually a technology or something, and we throw it across the fence, and we always wonder why. And as the Illumina CEO talked about, it's not just throwing over the innovation. You need the whole system to be able to. So I truly feel that this co-creation, local knowledge economy, it's not just the finance economy, it's the knowledge economy, it's the political economy, because politicians are on a 2-3 year cycle, and their election cycles are 3-4 years at the most, and we go to them and talk about a 10-15 year cycle. It just doesn't fit. So how do we speak their language? How do we do political economy, social economy, not just financial economy? And unless we bridge that, we're going to fail again. And just, I remember one thing you mentioned about climate change, because moving to climate change, I really believe climate change is a gender issue, it's a rights issue, it's an environmental issue, and it's not just as we think of climate change in terms of the weather and the climate. It really transcends all that. I remember being in one of the countries in Africa where it was explained to me that it's so ridiculous, because when the mosquito is flying, it is the municipal, public health municipal part of the government that is responsible. But when it bites me, then it becomes the health. So it's the same mosquito, whether it's flying or biting, is which ministry is taking care of it. So when, we can't parse it out that way. It's all holistic. We need to work together, build the solutions together. And we have attempted to do this by building what we call a vaccine action network, that is bringing in communities, understanding why is there hesitancy on vaccines, why are vaccines not being taken in these countries. But it's not just enough to say the vaccine works, this is the technology, this is the p-value, this is what, but why is there a hesitancy in terms of access? And so the only answer to that is listening to the local communities and then working with them. And so really, that is what I think is different, and that is why I'm feeling optimistic.
Stephanie, if I could lean in as well, just to build on what Naveen has said, I do agree completely. What are communities saying, and where do they actually have platforms to come and share what they want to say? So they have to, we need to listen, but we have to create the spaces for them to engage and share their opinions. So how are they engaged in policy and strategy development? The second is not just looking at communities as beneficiaries of services that they're going to receive, but how do we actually help communities get the skills, understanding to co-deliver some of these services? And we've seen this with the work that we do with community health systems, is the community chooses people from amongst themselves and says, we will trust this person from our community and give this person to you, or as a government or a non-state player, to train them so they can give us information so that we can remain healthy, right? And so when they do co-deliver some of the services that they require as a community, they're able to make sure that we are responsive to their needs, and we are also having ongoing adaptability to that. The third thing is, when we are given resources as policy, and when I say we, I'm assuming we are all in some form of private sector, public sector, we are in the policy making space. But when we are given resources and we are dispersing resources, the community is able to hold us accountable, socially accountable. How are we using those resources? Are we doing what we said we're going to do at the time we wanted to do them? So I do think that there's a way to involve communities.
No, I think I agree with everything that's been said. I mean, it's very straightforward in some ways, but it's also incredibly complex. So I think when we look at the financing and the investment in the ecosystem, I really like the thought of the needs analysis that needs to be done in the right place. Gone are the days of just giving a grant and then we see what happens. Now it has to be a very focused, almost like a business plan. There's a start and a finish of investment. I think this is also crucial. And when you get your partners together, they're all accountable for delivering something that is absolutely needed and necessity in that ecosystem, whichever country it may be. And when you do it that way, there's a level of accountability. You want a measurable at the end, but your goal is sustainability. And at the end, you want to leave a legacy of a sustainable, improved healthcare system, for example, that will benefit patients from whatever disease it may be. And then you have to link that with the patient journey. So, you know, in many places, the role of the healthcare professional has changed. The role of the pharmacist in many of these countries is crucial. And I think we've neglected some of that, and the way they can operate in the community is an example. So programs have to match exactly where the gaps are, as you've said, be very focused, but have a time period on them that we know where we're going to leave and where our sustainability goal is. And the final piece is you need to get a patient engaged as well to understand what the investment in healthcare is. And they have to have a skin in the game sometimes as well, which makes an awful lot of difference in adherence and outcomes of what you're going to get. So I think there's a lot of work to be done on that focus piece. But when we get it right and we close the circle in the ecosystem, we can move the needle pretty quickly.
And I wonder, Dr. Toki, if you could talk about where you're sort of seeing some of these gaps. You talked about, you know, the focus on capacity building, but it sounds like you've heard from communities about where they are looking for more resources and maybe aren't getting them. So I wonder if you could talk about that.
Thank you. Not necessarily communities. I've had the opportunity to talk to different stakeholders and understand a bit more about where they're coming from and what I think they need. And I'm going to start with, so the SMEs, for instance. So again, consider Africa as a marketplace. The small scale businesses in health. You can tell that they almost cannot particularly put together a concrete business plan to advance towards a potential investor and be attracted to that investor. Even though some of the businesses that they drive are really quite inimical to the needs of the market where they represent. So what that tells me is that there is something missing. This person can promote healthcare, he can do his business well, but he can't scale. It requires funding to get bigger. And at that SME level, it doesn't understand corporate governance well enough. It's just coming straight from the medical school. It doesn't have the background, experience to move the organization forward from where it started to a bigger place. So I can tell what his needs are. If I go to the established health entrepreneur, I know he has a business, probably a family business, and I can tell that the business is thriving, but it's thriving so much because it's in a populated market. So for instance, we talk about Nigeria, there's so many people, and so there's a huge potential there, but there's also the problem of you assuming that you've covered the market because you have access, to the population. And so this fragmented approach towards solving actual health problems in the country that I come from. And then I move to the investors themselves. And I can tell that investors across sectors sometimes are not really drawn towards the health sector. So it's not an attractive place of investment. The health practitioner or the health entrepreneur is upset because the investor never really comes back when they have conversations. He doesn't know why. I mean, he's passionate about healthcare. The investor is not necessarily passionate about healthcare. He wants ROI. It wants return on investment, and it wants it to be defended when it's having that conversation with you. So for me, I think the gaps are in, different buckets, and if the conversations are not had in different ways to different stakeholders within the ecosystem, we'll just still be dragging, on this topic and not necessarily identifying what the real issues are in respective places. So I talk about Africa again and different categories. So at sub-national level, at national level, at municipality level, in Africa, we call it local government. The stakeholders are different even at government level. And we must recognize what does this even mean to you. So lastly, I'll talk about the government. In recognizing, one of the things that seems to be working as far as health is concerned now that I see is the public-private partnership. And so you can tell for free that the government directly has a stake in it because they get to benefit and the private sector gets to benefit when it brings its technical expertise in health. What this tells me is that if health practitioners or health entrepreneurs are being invested in, it builds a pipeline of seasoned health entrepreneurs that the government can actually take from to build the PPP models at a larger scale, because it's still lacking. It's succeeding in some places, but in some places it's not working. And so, except governments of Africa identify this as an opportunity to build capacity in these health practitioners or health entrepreneurs, they will still be lacking. If they don't not just build capacity, but also create a forum of helping them see strategic partners to scale their businesses, enough for government to be attracted to those businesses, then we'll still be scratching the surface. And I think that's where we're not still, really communicating. We're largely dependent on grants and support and help. And there's resources within Africa itself as a developing continent. If Africa doesn't get responsible by itself for itself, it will only just get used to taking and not being accountable. And I think that, for me, needs to be really talked about.
Wow. I'm actually sort of curious, and I want to get two different takes. First, I'm wondering what John and Naveen are sort of how you would respond to that as, funders who are not in Africa. But then also I would like to ask Dr. Gupta about your perspective on that as well. So I'll start with you, Naveen.
So we are funding in Africa. We do a lot of funding in Africa, and it's not just in health. We do it in energy and food and agriculture, and I've been there for 100 years. And
my correction, I should say non-African funder. So funders
we're not an African
outside,
funder.
yes.
I thought you meant not funding in Africa. So no, we're not an African funder, but we're a global funder, and so we believe we're part of the Africa family. And I completely agree with what you've said about as long as this is seen as aid, and there's a donor standing, and then there's somebody, a recipient with a bowl, that equation will never work, and that actually engenders dependency. And after billions of dollars in aid in the last 20 years, we're still worse off than where we started. So that model doesn't work. Absolutely, for not just Africans, but South Americans or Southeast Asians, it's the same story, that unless there is self-respect, unless there is a feeling that of responsibility, accountability, this throwing fish versus teaching people to fish story is coming over and over again. So I completely agree that the way to break this cycle is actually to build capacity, but do it in a way that is sustainable and respectful.
So just to follow from that, having spent the last 7 years of my career mainly in Africa, and we are focusing on 25 of the countries in Africa, and we've actually set up a 25 million euro impact fund, and this is built exactly for what you're saying. There are an incredible amount of innovation and innovators in the African continent, normally driven by a personal event, particularly around health, where they've gone and invented a solution that then needs to be invested in. So this fund is for entrepreneurs, it's for innovators, and we want them to come forward. We'll invest in them, either as seed or startup or accelerator, for a period of time, because we want them to use that to get and use our expertise, maybe from a legal compliance perspective, regulatory perspective, and we help them grow. But we always have an exit time as well again, because this is something that we want to get them through that journey, and then we want to help another one after that. So the fund is there and it's open to accelerate these entrepreneurs with a business mindset, and also make sure that at some point they become self-sustainable, and we help them on their journey. And at the same time, and you've made this point really importantly, the reason for that is they can then go into the ecosystem where you want them and make a difference, or work with a government or work with an NGO, but make a difference in a patient's life. So that way, we've just started this and we're on a journey with it. We're going to learn, and we need partners to go with it. But it's something we believe will make a huge difference to innovators.
Dr. Gupta, I'll give you the last word here.
So money. Money is an interesting topic because there are elements of money that people know that are obvious, right? Money helps you get something. You need to make the case to get money. And so what needs to happen is, how do you actually build an investment case to say this is something that is viable and it's investable? But what we fail to fully understand is decisions around resource allocation are not just technical decisions of this is the funding gap, so we put money here. They are political decisions. Why are you putting money here instead of putting money somewhere else? So that's one comment I want to make on what was said. The second is, are governments putting their own money across the continent specifically, which is the space I know, are governments putting their own money towards priorities? Yes. Okay. And I think, Naveen, you mentioned the replenishment we've just come from. You know, we had Burkina Faso saying we're going to give 2 million and Central African Republic 1 million, 1 million. Fine. Is it what they have received? No, but it is an indication that we will have skin in the game. And we all know that public sector and domestic resources catalyze additional investment. What we also need to understand is there are different types of money, and not all money is equal, and not all money is effective the same way, right? So when we look at countries and we say, okay, you're getting grant money, we need to recognize that countries may have started the journey as a lower income country, but have grown into a middle income country. So the type of money, which is usually grant money, is not the type of money that they will continue to qualify for as they grow. They need to recognize that as countries, and we also need to recognize that as people who are allocating of capital. So how do you encourage and graduate and transition countries from being recipients of just grant money and helping them understand that there are other types of money? There's debt conversion, there's private sector, there's blended financing, there are impact bonds. There's a knowledge gap there. And the truth is, many of us, because capacity and capability building, as you said, is a long-term investment, right? But we all want to invest somewhere where we are getting immediate results there and then short-term, right? But if we are allocators of capital, are we willing to put capital to build the capabilities and understanding of this transition, and then we give capital for the transition, right? You can't just give capital just for the transition. So the third aspect as well is we also need to know that not all money is equal. Yes, it is $1, your dollar is my dollar and my dollar, but then $1 of debt needs to be allocated differently than $1 of grant. And $1 of grant needs to be allocated different, because each type of money has different comparative advantages, right? You don't necessarily take debt to cover running costs, right? You want to take debt where you know you're going to get a return of that investment. And so something that might be revenue generating, or something that might have a high upfront capital cost, right? So, but when we think, oh, we have given this country 10 million and we've given this other country 10 million, is it 10 million grant? Is it 10 million of half domestic and half debt? Is it 10 million of a blended finance instrument? You get. So I think that sometimes we think, oh, money is just money. You take money, $1, you take Rockefeller $1 and take Sanofi $1 and someone is better off. But the way you would potentially use money from the Rockefeller Foundation might be very different than the way you'd use money from Sanofi's venture fund. So I think that's one thing. And the other thing is, and we're talking about financing gap, and we haven't gotten to it, and I'm looking at the clock and I'm ignoring it. I think there are a couple of things as well, and I would love to have the audience helping me remember these numbers. So the first number is 66 billion. The second number is 4.4 billion. The third number is 16 million. The fourth number is 5 to 6%. The fifth number is 10%. And the sixth, seventh, I can't count, but I can count money. The last number is, let's keep it at 38%. So what was the first number? 66 billion, fantastic. The funding gap for health on the continent currently stands at 66 billion. That's the funding gap. What is the second number? 4.4 billion. Thank you. These are the A students, okay? I don't know what the rest of the people at the back are doing, but 4.4 billion, thank you so much. Even within platforms of delivery like community health, there is an annual 4.4 billion gap. What was the third number? 16 million. Okay, what is the fourth number maybe? 260 billion. The opportunities on the continent for health and wellness sector is going to be $260 billion by 2030 and has the opportunity to create 16 million jobs. In 2030, by 2030, Africa's health and wellness sector will be only second to potentially the States. Let that sink. That is not a market that just needs grant money. That is a market that needs private sector investment, that people who are trying to get a return on investment. What was the sixth number? 5 to 6%, and the next one was 10%. African governments committed to giving 10% of their GDP every year to health. Right now, they're hovering around 5 to 6%. So there is bandwidth. Yes, there's limited fiscal space because of debt, but there are very many creative ways of creating fiscal space within government. So I like what you said. People cannot be put off the hook. We need to be understanding, but we also need to help them to be accountable and put some form of skin in the game. But then we have to think about what kind of funding do we give them to complement that skin in the game? And yes, it's grants for certain countries, but there's such a plethora of options that we can be able to create awareness of and then encourage governments to tap into. And I have seriously gone over my time. Back to you, Stephanie.
Well, thank you so much. You gave our audience a little bit of homework, but thank you all for being here today to talk about this. And coming up next, I'll have my colleague, Colm Lynch, to talk about health and migration. Thank you all so much again.
Hello, still here. My name is Colm Lynch. I'm the senior global reporter for Devex News. I'm going to be interviewing Ugochi Daniel. She is the Deputy Director General of the IOM, focused on operations. She has quite an interesting past over the last 20 years. Probably some more controversial jobs. She had been a senior official with the UN Relief and Works Agency. She had worked with the UN Population Fund, and she once served as a resident coordinator for the UN in Iran. We're really happy to have her, and so why don't I welcome Ugochi up on the stage. Thank you very much. Let's have a seat. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for coming, Ugochi. Why don't we? It's been a bit of a grim week in terms of assessments talking about the sort of feeling that the world is in peril. You just have returned from a number of trips to Afghanistan and Pakistan. I remember the Secretary General in his opening debate or statement to the General Assembly debate about his visit to Pakistan and the degree to which he saw Pakistan as a window into the future of climate disaster. Everybody is sort of aware of the sort of almost biblical flooding in Pakistan. So maybe you've also gone there. Maybe you can talk a bit about your experience and some of the challenges. I mean, this is an event about health. You can certainly go beyond that, but maybe it's a way into discussion about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colin. It's such a great pleasure to be here. Thank you, everyone who's here and joining. And yes, I was recently in Pakistan. I got to visit the affected provinces, Sindh and Baluchistan. We flew over it. I was with the Minister of Planning. And I mean, I've been involved in humanitarian assistance for a long time. But the thing that struck me during the aerial visit was, as far as the eye can see, it's just water.
Right.
And we were in the air for about 5 hours. So you can imagine flying for 5 hours and all you can see is water. We also saw, of course, lots of dead livestock. We saw people who were on top of the roofs of their houses surrounded by water. And we saw people on roads. I'm not an engineer, but I learned from this trip that roads tend to be higher than the rest of the land. So that was the highest place a lot of people could get to. And so clearly, Pakistan deals with monsoons every year, has a lot of capacity responding to emergencies, had been responding to this flood like they would to any other flood. But then the 2 weeks prior to my visit, they had like 700% of normal rainfall, and abnormal rainfall, and were completely overwhelmed, and really looking to the international community for assistance and support. And of course, talked about how out of about 180 countries, they're number 8 in terms of vulnerability to climate change, and yet they contribute less than 1%. So there's been a lot of discussion around the impact of climate. And if there ever was a year when we've seen the fact that climate affects all of us, it was the year that we've had so far. But maybe a couple of things with regard to climate, people on the move, looking at Pakistan, but we could take any of the countries. It's important to recognize that what the impact of climate does is it makes everything else worse, right? So you're not going to be on the move solely because of climate, but all of the other factors are going to be made worse because of climate. So if you look at what happened in Pakistan, most of the people live in mud houses. So of course their homes are going to be washed away when there's a mega flood. And then when you begin to look at the capacity of the health system to respond to the crisis, you can see that it's overwhelmed. So the first point that's really that I really want to convey is the impact of climate is also a factor of what your socioeconomic status was before the disaster hit, which then leads us to two messages. One is around the importance of investing in the resilience of your people. And that's a responsibility member states have, so that then when climate does hit, they're resilient and can withstand the shock. So that's one. And then two is that let's not forget Paris, right? Commitments have been made to prevent the devastating impact of climate. We need to hold all countries accountable to their commitments. And then maybe the third key message around that is that when people then move because the impact of climate has made everything else worse, there is a responsibility, the international community, there's also the responsibility of the government to provide the services that are needed. So we know millions have been affected, we know thousands have died, but the reality is the deaths are, the significant number of deaths happen after the emergency has happened. The waterborne diseases, malaria. I mean, this is the first time I learned about mosquito nets for livestock. Right. Access to clean drinking water. So the real concern is, from a health perspective, are the waterborne diseases that are going to happen now and will cause more deaths than the disaster itself. So that's the real link on how climate affects people on the move and then impacts their health, also recognizing what was their health status and what was their access to health services beforehand.
So you're in charge of operations. You go to Pakistan, you witness this massive devastation. The government, has dealt with this before on a much lesser scale. So what do you, as operations director, what do you do? And is it issues of shelter? Is it healthcare? Or is it just supporting the government? Do you have, your own sort of operations you're running?
So it's all of the above. So the number one need was shelter. The government had provided 1 million tents. They needed 10 million more. In the previous emergency, 2017, and the earthquake, I think 2005, we as the UN Migration Agency actually lead on shelter. So our first, would I say, response, and as I was there, these were the discussions that we were having. How do we immediately get the support for shelter going, mobilizing supply chains? Where can it be brought in from? Many donors, well, I shouldn't say many, a few donors, we wish there were more, actually provided or are providing shelter as well as tents, also what we call NFIs, non-food items, blankets, cooking utensils, etc., which we then distribute through our network, our distribution network and partners, and we are present in all of the provinces. But it's important to keep in mind that it's about saving lives, but it's also about restoring livelihoods. This was an agricultural economy. They lost 100% of their cotton crop. A lot of I think the top 13 cash crops were all 80% or above destroyed. So at the same time that you're providing humanitarian assistance, you also have to be thinking about how are you going to restore the agricultural economy? How are you going to get people back to their I don't want to say normal lives, but to a life of safety, of health, of dignity, but also that they are able to recover.
Right. So if we can switch a little bit, I mean, IOM was set up, essentially established to provide relief for the resettlement of Europeans during the Second World War. We now have in Ukraine massive displacement of millions of Ukrainians, many across the border, many displaced internally. What's it like in terms of addressing the Ukrainian crises? What sort of things are you focused on? And also, maybe you can take this afterwards, but there's been sort of a question about the degree of funding and support for operations in Ukraine. There are many problems around the world. There's very serious problems with hunger, with a lot of these issues with migration, particularly in the Horn of Africa and other parts of the world. So you could give a sense of, comparatively, how difficult is it to get a response in a place like, the Horn of Africa and Somalia or Ethiopia versus Ukraine. So maybe we'll start with Ukraine.
Okay, well, I'll start with the last part first. And, that's why, not just me, but you'll see a lot of UN leaders have gone to the Horn of Africa, have gone to Pakistan, have gone to Afghanistan, to highlight the fact that there are other crises going on in addition to what's happening in Ukraine. We as humanitarian actors don't want to be in a situation where we're choosing between which crises we're going to focus on, and to remind not just the donor community, because there's also a lot from individual giving, there's also a lot contribution support from the private sector, but let's not become immune or anesthetized to the fact that human life and human suffering is going on. It's not normal. It's not normal. It's not acceptable that this is happening, and somehow we're becoming normalized to it. And so the advocacy and the awareness raising on these other emergencies, that's why we are also doing it. Of course, that does not mean those displaced and those impacted by the war in Ukraine should not get support. But obviously, Ukraine has a whole range of also political and or geopolitical priorities that continue to keep it on the front burner. But the reality is there are so many other people that are suffering that we have a responsibility to attend to.
But do you feel that you're sort of playing a losing game, that the numbers keep going up? What is it, 100 million displaced? It's gone up over 10%. It's gone up, it's gone up over 10%. They're yelling at me to get this closer to my mouth. But every year we come here and we feel like this is the worst time ever, right? This is awful. We had, sort of wars in Libya. We've had the wars in Iraq. The devastation in Syria. Every year it feels like it's the worst. The numbers seem to indicate that it is. And I'm just sort of curious also, is it getting to the point, this is also having a place where donor governments are tightening their belts, they're facing their own financial crises, they're turning somewhat inward. And, is it getting to the point where you just don't have the resources, that you can't do the things that you need to do, that it's not working?
So there was recognition as far back as 2015 that continuous responding to humanitarian emergencies was not going to stop emergencies happening. And that's why we continue to see the numbers increasing, and that we really have to put in longer term flexible funding in all the non-sexy stuff, in education, in health, the whole SDG discussion. And now that the system, every year we say we're at the breaking point, but now there's a very clear realization that as you're doing humanitarian response, at the same time, you have to be doing all the stuff that's required to build resilience. The thing is, investing in capacity building, strengthening systems, working at the local level, these don't make headlines, right? So much of this is driven. Okay, I need to be careful how I phrase this.
Don't be careful, you're among friends.
The role of the media is so important in highlighting emergencies, and they put the spotlight on emergencies. But at the same time, there's still, and I would almost argue, equally, if not more important work, hard work at the ground level that's not in the spotlight, that takes time, that isn't sexy, but is so important. if we're ever going to have any hope of closing the gap. So that's one. And then two, what's also really important is recognizing the role the diaspora are playing, the private sector are playing, the individuals themselves are playing in response. That has never been that's never been part of the formal humanitarian system.
So let me take you something closer to us here in town. Over the last couple of weeks, you're anticipating this,
Yeah,
but
I knew.
but there have been migrants, Mexican workers, Mexican families being put in buses and planes and sent to big cities, including New York, and sent to Los Angeles and other cities. First of all, I mean, is that even legal under international law? And also, I mean, how does the world, I mean, how does the UN, how does the world sort of view this sort of conduct?
Okay, so speaking as the UN Migration Agency, and I know the politics and the narrative around it is what's all consuming at the moment.
Right.
But there has been so much that has already been done on this. There's something called the Global Compact on Migration. It's a 360-degree view on how to ensure that when people move, it's safe, it's dignified, it's regular, it's healthy, right? That countries have signed up to. So countries know what to do. So that's one. The international instruments and the national instruments are there for how you manage in displacement internally and how you manage movement across borders. The systems are there. Everything is there. And what we from the UN Migration Agency will always advocate for is that member states uphold their commitments, apply the international standards, the national laws, which are in line with the international standards, and that they treat people with dignity.
Right, but are they violating those instruments? Are they violating those agreements, the governors of Texas and Florida?
How do I get out of this?
You don't.
Because it's a domestic issue, right?
No, yes, and no.
From the UN Migration Agency, we're going to say, this is the international framework. These are the laws and policies. I mean, we support and you mentioned it. I mean, we have been supporting U.S. resettlement. I mean, our history has been rooted in that. So the government knows what to do. They have the tools to do it. There's nothing I'm going to say that's going to be groundbreaking or new. And obviously, as a UN entity, we're impartial, neutral. So I wouldn't touch on the political part of it, but I will just advocate really strongly and remind all of those involved of what they've committed to do, and that everybody, I mean, it's not rocket science. Treat people like human beings, right? And the way you would want to be treated.
Right. Okay. Well done. You slipped out of that. All right. So we have, while we're on Republican policy, I might as well, I'm going to do one last thing, which I warned you.
Where's the timer? Yeah. The other speaker ignored the timer. I'm really, you see, it's 0.
Reproductive and healthcare is under assault, particularly in the Republican Party. We all know this. It's been going on. Like, on the ground, how does that sort of impact the kind of health work that you do? Like, how does one deal with this? Are you guys insulated to a certain degree? And it's not just the United States. There are plenty of governments who want to roll back financial support for these kinds of activities. So how do you do it?
So this is an area I've been working on for, God knows, almost 30 years. And when it comes to sexual reproductive health and rights, all of the evidence shows the positive outcomes for women, for the children, for their families.
Right.
And again, you know, it's kind of similar to what I said before, setting the politics aside. It's not good business. It's not smart health outcomes. It's not, I mean, the issue of rights doesn't have the same, what's the word to use? It doesn't have the same gravitas with policymakers as you know, as it should. But fundamentally, if you look at what has happened in the history of many countries, as you strip away rights, it doesn't mean that the needs reduce. So what happens? It becomes riskier. It becomes illegal. It becomes less safe. More people lose their lives. And these are outcomes that don't serve anyone. And this is, you know, all the evidence is there.
Right. Okay, you did good. You did great, as usual. All right, and then even thank you so much for being here. I think that,
and thank you, Colum, I think.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Colum. And you can all see why we're so excited to have Colum Lynch join us here at Devex. So this next session won't be quite as controversial, but it is just as important. Jersan, please join me here on stage. Having Jersan Chavez, who is the Vice President of Global Health Programs at USP. Great, so let's dive straight in since we are talking about tackling medicine shortages, and that is a big issue and there's a lot of complexity to it. So as you know, here at Devex, we have a very sophisticated audience, so they understand that medicine supply chains, global medicine supply chains, is increasingly complex and vulnerable to disruption, which can lead to drug shortages all over the world. And as a community, which we certainly identify as, we know that identifying and predicting where the supply of particular medicines is at risk of shortage has been very challenging. So what I'd like to know is, you know, if you can tell us really how this issue is being addressed and how we can get a better understanding of the where and when these potential supply constraints are going to pop up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Almost evening, I think. Thanks, Jenny, for having me, and to Devex for having these important conversations. Much appreciated. Quick disclaimer, I'm just getting over a pretty bad virus, so I have to have some notes. I wasn't able to spend the whole week preparing. So as you pointed out, identifying shortages before they happen and understanding what products might be at risk of shortages has been an issue for a long time. I think, obviously, a light was shown bright during COVID and really made the global health community start looking at the issue or rethink the issue and start looking at the root causes. And I think that's something we hadn't seen before. So previously, when thinking about addressing shortages or the medicine supply in general, when there was an issue, we were always quick to jump to, oh, we need to bolster logistics, procurement, and distribution systems. While, of course, those continue to be an issue, from the work we do at USP, we know that many of the supply chain constraints are actually in the upstream parts of the supply chain. So that's from the raw material to the production before it gets to the patient. So we know, for example, that having very few production facilities, especially those that produce or manufacture active pharmaceutical ingredients or APIs, is one of the most vulnerable parts of the supply chain, but not something that was talked about previously. And when there are disruptions to those handful of production sites, the effects can be felt by patients everywhere. But again, we weren't thinking about the fact that that could be the root cause. And I think now we're just hearing a lot more conversations about it outside of the very scientific, technical experts that work in medicines production. So it really becomes essential to know where these APIs are manufactured, how many are being manufactured, but these data points are really hard to come by. They're not publicly available. So to help address this challenge, USP has aggregated a dynamic data set using our own proprietary data coming from 22,000 locations throughout the world. And this is based on the standards that USP sells to the pharmaceutical sector. And this is helping to inform leading edge signals of potential shortages. For perspective, this represents 92% of generic medicines approved in the United States. So really significant data set. So this tool is known as the Medicine Supply Map. And it helps identify and quantify risk factors to help guard against over-reliance on those few sites that I was referring to previously. And it provides timely information to decision makers. So we're in conversations with different governments, different parts of the US government, different agencies about how the data can be used both in the US and globally. And really in a world where supply chain disruptions are becoming the norm, have been the norm, we need to leverage all available data and analytics. So it's not just about the data that we're using, that's just one portion of it, but really leveraging all the data that is out there, combining it, and being able to paint a clear picture before the shortages happen.
Great. So it sounds like you're doing a lot in the space of gathering this data, but I'd like to understand, how are you leveraging it and triangulating it to actually get to data-based decision making?
So obviously, having a clear picture of the potential shortage is only the first step. Once we know where potential problems are, the key is really being able to do something about it. So I'll give you a few examples. If we know that there's going to be an antibiotic shortage, you can plan for alternative treatments. If you don't do this, patients may receive suboptimal treatments, which, as we know, can contribute to antimicrobial resistance. For high-risk products that might be in chronic shortage, we can think about how to diversify production and assess where else it might be economically viable to produce medicines or vaccines. And this is some of what we're seeing right now. And I'll get back to that later. We can also think about how to produce these medicines or vaccines more efficiently. So I know it is a very highly educated audience, but I didn't even know the whole process of how you manufacture medicines before joining USP many years ago. But for those who don't know, you use a process called batch manufacturing. So the medicines go through a process, you make them in a batch, and there are several starts and stops to assess the quality. And when you're doing that, obviously it adds time to the production, but it's critical because we want to make sure that patients are receiving quality assured medicines. Now, if there's something wrong with the batch, you have to get rid of the whole batch. It's just like when you're making a batch of cookies, right? If you burn them, you have to get rid of the whole batch. So you're losing time and resources. There are other ways of making medicines. So one of the, I don't know if folks have heard about continuous manufacturing, but it's a strategy that's used by some companies, which basically has the medicine, and I'm going to really oversimplify here, but be created, let's say, one by one, going through kind of like a rolling process. So if something is wrong, if you find out that the quality is wrong, you're just getting rid of that one medicine. Again, very much oversimplifying for those who know how the process works. Now, we do have to say that continuous manufacturing does require setting up a different type of facility. And so it requires a significant upfront investment and specialized facilities. But once established, production can occur in a much smaller and more environmentally friendly footprint. And it also allows for more flexibility in production. So both of these processes are subject to the exact same quality standards, but monitoring is automated in the continuous manufacturing process, so it ensures the quality of the final product without slowing down production. So tying that back to the medicine supply map, the insights from the medicine supply map can help inform where approaches like continuous manufacturing could be used and have the biggest impact for patients.
Great, thank you. I'd like to just bring the conversation home by thinking about how these new approaches and insights can expand manufacturing capabilities in Africa and in other regions around the world.
Absolutely. So I think, again, getting back to COVID-19 pandemic, I think it's been said that we're no longer in a pandemic, which is very exciting, but obviously COVID is here to stay and we're all learning to live with it. But in many ways, it was a breaking point, right? I mean, it showcased just how inequitable access to vaccines and medicines is in parts of the world. So of course, those working in global health on a daily basis have always been aware, but I think now more broadly speaking, the public is well aware. As a result, on a positive note, we've seen incredible momentum and new initiatives around expanding manufacturing, pharmaceutical manufacturing specifically, and particularly in Africa. Work we continue at USP to be deeply invested and involved in. We've been doing so for decades. So for us, it was really exciting to see kind of this resurgence or excitement around, spreading out manufacturing in more sites and regions. What we're seeing now, however, is a real need to match this momentum with insights, strategies, and really solid business cases if these efforts are going to be sustainable, right? It's much like we were talking about emergencies earlier. There's, a lot that happens in the beginning. There's a lot of excitement, momentum, some resources go towards it, and then there's something else to move on to. That's one of the concerns for those of us working in this area. And it's also not just about focusing on manufacturers, right? It's really important to invest in the entire ecosystem around pharmaceutical sector and production. This includes significantly increasing the investments that go towards regulatory system strengthening. And one of the ways we can do that, just a quick plug, which has nothing to do with us specifically, but as many know, the African Medicines Agency has been ratified, and obviously for it to be successful, it will need a lot of support from different stakeholders. And really at the end of the day, I think we owe it to ourselves to really take the lessons that COVID has taught us so that the next time around, hopefully we have fewer shortages, fewer disruptions, and faster access to medicines and vaccines.
Great. Well, talking about lessons learned, I'd like to ask what your call to action to everyone here in the room in New York and tuning in from around the world would be.
I think really an understanding that medicines, it's not just about, making sure that the medicines go from the warehouse to the patient, that there's an entire process that happens before that, and that if that process is broken, you're never going to get the meds or the vaccines to the patient at the end of the day. And I think in global health, we focus a lot on the second half, right? The downstream. And I think it behooves all of us to really understand the upstream. And again, it's not something I had understood. I also worked on more of the community health and other aspects. But I think it's really important for everyone to understand how if that part of the system is broken, it's not just the responsibility of the private sector or the manufacturers to fix it. We all have to advocate so that there are investments in that piece of work. So I guess that would be the call to action.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Jersand and USP for all you're doing in this space. And now I'd like to invite my colleague and friend, Michael Igo, to the stage. He's a senior reporter here at Devex, who you all know well, and he's going to lead the next section on monkeypox.
Hi, everyone. Hello. How are you doing? Hanging in there, finding the coffee, making it through a long day. So glad to see you all still here. It's been fascinating discussion so far. I have the pleasure of kicking off sort of a two-part discussion here. And we're going to start with a focus on monkeypox and a one-on-one interview with Dr. Rosamond Lewis, who's the WHO's lead on monkeypox. And then we'll sort of transition into a broader discussion about pandemic preparedness with a few other guests, two of them joining in person and one online. I don't get much time with Dr. Lewis, so I'm going to jump right into my questions. First of all, thank you so much for joining us from a long distance. Really appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Michael. Great pleasure to join here.
I wonder, Dr. Lewis, could you start just by just lay out the sort of landscape for us? Could you characterize the state of the monkeypox emergency as you currently see it from your perspective? Where are we in this story?
It's a fascinating story. It's a story that is a little bit unexpected. In retrospect, not that surprising when we know about monkeypox and the history of smallpox eradication. So we're in the early phases of an outbreak now, which started in May, and we're now September. And so we have seen significant numbers of cases. We're up to 61,000 cases now in over 105 countries in all regions of the world. So it's really an unprecedented development that we have monkeypox cases in almost half of the countries on this planet. And that it started in Europe in May and then moved to the Americas. And so we're really seeing a situation where some countries are now entering a phase of a more mature outbreak, where some countries are starting on the downward trend of the number of cases, whereas others are really just beginning also still to pick up. And countries have very different situations, very different contexts, very different access to resources, and very different capacities.
That's really helpful. And I think one of those differences in context is that we have a set of countries where the disease was endemic, and now a set where it was not, to which it has spread. And for those of us who, have sort of been trying to process the experience of the COVID-19 pandemic and a lot of the equity and inequity factors that came along with that, how is it that once again, we've sort of ended up in a situation in which countries where, in this case, monkeypox is endemic, do not have access to the treatments and tools to fight it, but those to which it has suddenly spread for the first time, or maybe, in very rare cases, are able to control those resources?
Equity is definitely one of our primary concerns for this outbreak, as for any other. And the situation is, on the surface of it, a bit perplexing. However, monkeypox has been around for a long time. The disease has been known since it was first identified in a child in 1958. So it's not something new. And in that regard, there has been quite a bit of research and a bit of work done in the countries where it was known to be. It is a zoonotic disease, right? So when you say endemic, what we're saying is that there's the virus circulates in certain animal hosts and then can spill over into human populations. But because the world stopped vaccinating against smallpox, and these are related viruses, related diseases, the immunity gap has grown globally over the last 40 years. So, but this was a very slow progression, and it's taken collectively scientists and public health officials time to realize what was actually transpiring, that as the number of cases in Africa began to grow, and as a new outbreak took root in West Africa in 2017, it takes time to kind of frame shift, right? From oh, this is a zoonotic disease, it's localized, small outbreaks, they peter out all by themselves, until one day you wake up and say, oh, hang on a minute, actually it's manifesting person-to-person transmission in a way we hadn't recognized before. And in a population, in countries that have never seen it before, and in a population in which it's never been recognized before, which is among men who have sex with men primarily, not exclusively, of course, but primarily. And so we're dealing with very different situations, very different circumstances in different parts of the world. It makes it a very complex situation and challenging to deal with and to talk about. So access is a two-way street. In order to access something, you sometimes also need to ask for it. And until now, this was not something that had been felt to be really necessary, as I say, in the early stages of the evolution of monkeypox on the African continent.
And at this point, when COVID emerged, we saw this sort of rush to develop mechanisms that could help to level the playing field with things like the ACT Accelerator and other efforts like that, with which WHO was centrally involved in. Are there similar efforts that you're taking as WHO to tackle that equity issue and to bring these two, campaigns against an outbreak and an endemic disease together?
Yeah, so WHO has been in a privileged position over the last 40 years, mandated by the World Health Assembly, which is the ministers of health of all the world, to oversee research against smallpox after its eradication. It's kind of a niche area, if you will, But those 40 years of research to prepare for an eventual outbreak of smallpox is actually what has yielded the countermeasures we have today. So the vaccines were developed for smallpox preparedness, the treatments were developed for smallpox preparedness. And so we've all had to kind of pivot, if you will, for a related disease, but which is milder, fewer severe cases, fewer fatal cases. And so the adaptation of, we have this suite of countermeasures, which was just coming to maturity, still not available in large quantities, still only sort of kept in reserves by a few countries, and still the research program was ongoing. And then now to see, can we adapt these products for use in a very different setting, in a very different population? And so WHO has been working very hard to ensure that we are coordinating between the companies that are producing, well, there are really only 1 or 2 vaccines at the moment, small companies producing these vaccines, and to increase production capacity, to increase the ability to fill and finish. And you were just hearing about what it takes to produce a medication from my previous colleague on this stage. So it takes time. It can take 9 to 18 months to produce a new batch of vaccines against smallpox or monkeypox. So WHO is working with member states and with other partners, manufacturers, to coordinate increasing access. But it is the process. It doesn't happen overnight.
One of the dynamics that we've seen in the past and that we've reported on at Devex is that there's a tendency to see clinical trials take place in the global south, research take place in the global south, and then to be sort of extracted from those communities, and the lessons and the information and the scientific advances are exported to wealthier countries. What is happening today in this outbreak to make sure that what we're learning and what is largely being, motivated by the fact that this is spread to wealthier countries is filtering back to those communities where the disease is endemic, that have dealt with this for a long time?
Ultimately, we're learning quite a few things. So first of all, we're learning that a lot about the virus itself and how it can gain foothold in population groups that have certain characteristics, frequent physical contact, skin-to-skin contact, which is actually quite similar to what we knew before. It's just that it's found a way to spread, which has also taught us a lot about risk communication, how to offer information as a public health intervention. So being able to get the information that people need to have to protect themselves, to protect those around them, to understand their level of risk, to sort of say, well, this is where I am on the risk scale, so what can I do to reduce my risk? These are all really important learnings from this outbreak, not dissimilar to the learnings from COVID in terms of managing our own risk and protecting others. But each outbreak has its own characteristics. And so this continuous learning of how to communicate, how to navigate difficult things to talk about. People aren't used to talking about sex when it comes to outbreaks. Unless you worked in certain sexual health services or HIV or perhaps gender-based violence areas of work, it's not something that most public health officials are comfortable with. So the whole effort to find the right language, work with communities, engage with affected communities. Dialogue is a two-way street. That's why it says dia, because dia means two, right? So dialogue is a two-way street. It's not just about providing information. It's about listening. It's about hearing what communities need. It's about hearing what they have to say. And this is all part of the learning package. Then the other part that you're alluding to is what we sometimes call countermeasures or vaccines and therapeutics. Studies are beginning to, well, they're already underway in a number of Western countries, if you will. European and North American studies are underway, both on the treatment and on the vaccines. So this is kind of a turning of the tables that we will also be able to apply now the outcomes of this research in the original setting where monkeypox is both in the human populations as well as in animal populations. So we will be able to benefit from the outcomes of these research to support countries that need it most, even after the other outbreaks have waned.
Great. Just a final quick question as I sort of invite my next panelists to gather somewhere near the stage. You mentioned that monkeypox particularly, but not exclusively, affects the population of men who have sex with men. How do you communicate that elevated risk? How do you draw resources to that population, necessary attention to that fact, without further marginalizing a population that is stigmatized and marginalized in a lot of parts of the world?
This is one of the biggest challenges that responding to this outbreak has faced, and that applies both in countries where it's perfectly fine to have sex with a person of the same sex as yourself, but it's also equally and even more challenging in countries where such activity may be criminalized or even punishable by death. So it's a critically important question, and the first part of the answer is that we need to work with the communities in the local circumstances and discuss with them, hear from them what they need. So, sexual health services can be provided almost anywhere. And those who've been working, for example, in HIV for decades, they've learned how to do this, and they have networks of their own. Both health professionals and community activists and leaders have networks of their own, and it's working with those networks that will get us where we need to be in terms of finding the right language, finding the right modes of communication, whether it be like this through mainstream media, whether it be through social media, whether it be through apps, even dating apps, whether it be through event organizers, and inviting everyone to come to the table to participate in helping to find the right language. And in this, as you point out, in this particular response, language is even more critically important than in some others, to be able to talk about how to reduce one's own risk, and also to reassure other groups of the population that may be over-concerned. And so that each person can say, well, these are the activities that might put me at risk. How can I reduce my number of partners in a short period of time? Or how can I, in one setting or in a different setting, how can I, not expose myself to contaminated bushmeat if that is the way that I'm going to contract it in a completely different setting? And navigating what communities need by listening to them, and then working with them to co-create the messages and co-create the interventions that will help keep them safe.
Great. Well, Dr. Lewis, thank you so much. We're going to hear from some of the people who have been working on those challenges all the way back to the beginnings of the HIV fight. But thank you so much for joining us today from WHO. Sorry you were not here next to me, but it's nice to see your face nonetheless. Thanks again.
Thank you very much.
Wherever you prefer. Hello.
Hello.
It's good to see you both. Thanks for being here. Let's see if we can get Masoka up here as well. While we're doing that, I'll just give brief introductions. Sheila Davis, you're the CEO of Partners in Health. Wonderful to see you here. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much.
Asia Russell, you're the Executive Director of Health Gap, and it's great to have you here.
Nice to see you.
And there's Masoka. Hello. Masoka Falah works with Africa CDC. We're good. We're good. It's great to see you. And this is one of the people who's tasked with getting the African continents, getting African countries to their COVID vaccination targets. So we're delighted to have you here to share your perspective. And in fact, Masoka, I'd love to start with you. Today we're talking about pandemic preparedness and really framing it around this question of, have we learned the right lessons from each successive outbreak that we've dealt with? I know that a really formative experience for you was the Ebola outbreak in West Africa. And I wonder if you could just share with us, based on the experience that you had then, 8 years or so ago, and the work that you're doing now, is the continent in a fundamentally different place today than it was when that outbreak really shook the world?
Thank you very much, Michael, for the question.
As someone who was in the outbreak, I had just completed school in the US and returned and saw the devastation, the death, saw family decimated. And then I had to work with Ebola survivors and saw the number of orphans that I work with. I will say to you clearly that there have been some lessons learned, and it has helped in subsequent outbreak to reduce the outcome. And the way I like to illustrate this is where we had the initial outbreak was in Lofa, the northwestern part of Liberia. It shares border with Liberia, with Guinea and Sierra Leone. The first Ebola case came, of course, from Guinea. And obviously, because we had low system on preparedness, it ended up in Monrovia, a populated urban center. The result were 4,800 deaths and over 12,000 Ebola survivors. Push forward 2018 January. This is significant because this was around the time we were about to have inauguration. We had a second case, this time in the same place, but in the 3 countries. But within 24 hours, we were able to pick the samples, transport them to the lab, confirm the cases, deploy teams, and as a result, only 4 persons died. So in a matter of 2-3 years, same place, the same outbreak, different timing, different outcome. One with very limited death from meningitis. What was the difference? We have learned a painful lesson from Ebola that one, the ability to invest in diagnostics was critical. The ability to invest in public health workforce that are trained to detect disease and analyze diseases was critical. The ability, the need for logistics was critical. And so 2014, we never had that. From March to April, we had to take samples to Guinea or to Europe to be tested. And so as a result of the delay, we saw the consequences. But fast forward, we saw the same thing happening with meningitis, and we were able to continue the outbreak with only 4 deaths out of 9 cases. Finally, with COVID-19, the infrastructure built for testing was in place, and so with investment from Africa CDC, people were trained in Senegal, in Liberia, Sierra Leone, and they were on the spot ready to test the first case on March 16 in Liberia and other countries. So having gone through the experience, whether in Liberia or in DRC Congo, following infectious disease outbreak, we've learned a lot. Even though there are still more to learn, there are still more investment that's needed. But the fundamental ability to invest in preparedness, response, and early warning has improved considerably. Thank you.
Fantastic. Masoka, that's just a perfect jumping off point and a really powerful set of examples, I think, that ground this conversation in the reality that you're working in. Sheila, let me turn to you. I mean, I think when many of us think of Partners in Health, we think of Dr. Paul Farmer, we think of the powerful message that people living in poverty have just as much of a right to quality healthcare as anyone else. What does that mean within the context of pandemic preparedness, detection, response? How do you bring that philosophy to this specific set of issues?
Yeah, thank you. Such a good question. I think it's what we certainly know is that systems that are strong, so health system strengthening prior to a pandemic and having it ongoing, not just investing during disasters or pandemics, is the key. Because we had invested in West Africa, in Sierra Leone and Liberia, where we work, in oxygen systems, in hospitals, COVID, we were much better prepared, as my colleague was saying, but it can't be that it's only done during emergencies. It definitely has to be investing in a primary care health system for all the time. That is going to be a much cheaper alternative, certainly, and a higher quality, and also obviously the moral imperative to be treating people equally and providing quality healthcare for all.
That's great. Yes, thank you. And Asia, let me bring you in because we've had a great injection, I think, of optimism, and certainly there's a lot to be optimistic about. And yet, when we look at the experience of COVID-19, one of the big stories is a story of inequity. And, you have been in this fight for equity for a long time, dating back to the the sort of beginnings of the HIV epidemic. Are we learning lessons with each successive outbreak, or do you see the same sort of intractable patterns repeating themselves?
Unfortunately, I think the optimism that was just described, because of the leadership and expertise in West Africa just a few years ago, it's that bizarre contradiction and really hypocrisy that we see the infectious infrastructure, the pandemic preparedness infrastructure that both of you have spoken about as being the exception rather than the rule. That's preventable with money, with Africa being at the lead rather than being disregarded, with a setting aside of harmful policies, for example, monopolies giving primacy rather than sharing the recipes for vaccines, for treatments, for diagnostics that should be fundamentally public goods. So if we listened to the lessons from Senegal, from Sierra Leone, from Liberia, then we would be in a different circumstance. Instead, we have this bizarre contradiction where the President of the United States, despite the fact that 400 people are still dying every single day in the US from COVID, to say nothing of the thousands of counted and uncounted deaths all around the world, has said the pandemic is over because he wants it to be over. Now, magical thinking doesn't work to fight pandemics. What does work is exactly what our comrade just described from the front lines of the pandemic response to Ebola. So I think that's what we have. I mean, I'm not a pessimist. I'm pragmatic. I think we have to recognize.
I don't think pessimists can work in this particular
I think fundamentally what has to happen is we must wake up and recognize that without a push on the fundamental moral leadership so that billions of additional resources are raised, so that we prioritize expanding manufacturing capacity in Africa, finally, and so that we set aside harmful monopolies and other non-evidence-based policies and interventions that actually hold back an effective global response, then we will continue to be in the same vicious rather than virtuous cycle. I'm hopeful that we'll get to the virtuous place where we'll learn those lessons and we'll see them applied through the new systems that have been stood up, such as the Financial Intermediary Fund that's just been gotten off the ground, hosted at the World Bank. But I'm deeply concerned that instead we'll see more contradiction, more hypocrisy, more magical thinking from our elected officials.
Masoka, I'm curious to get your reaction to that point, because you did direct us to these examples where institutions have grown in ways that enable them to respond really impressively. And yet, I wonder if you would agree that that is still not the norm in a lot of the communities where you're working. And what would be required?
So,
sorry, go ahead.
Like my colleague said, first of all, the mistake we make is that we do the investment in the midst of the outbreak. So then we spend a lot more in terms of, we come in with as firefighters, we spend more, but we do not avert the deaths and the long-term consequences. I just read an article. I think COVID is giving millions of orphans. As someone that had to work with Ebola survival from the very beginning, with all of the clinical sequelae they had, the orphans, I know the deep-rooted long-term consequences they will face for the rest of their lives. And those could be reduced and averted if there's investment, early investment in the health system, in the public health system as well. But we tend to wait for emergencies and we move in. Secondly, let's take the case of COVID in Africa. When COVID began in Africa, there were only 2 countries that were capable of testing to diagnose COVID-19, South Africa and Senegal. It had to be some rapid activities by the Africa CDC to take men from the various countries and send them to the 2 countries, get them trained quickly and send back. Why if we never had that opportunity? We will have COVID in almost all of the countries without detection. And we do know in reducing the consequences of pandemic, detection is very critical. Then we detected the cases. We know the global shutdown in flights. African countries began to struggle with vaccines and logistics. Finally, it is sad to note that the entire continent of Africa, only 1% of the vaccines we manufacture. And we had funding, Africa City had funding, but they could not get diagnostics and vaccines because the Western nation led it first. So apparently we do not learn our lesson well. The early intervention in long-term broad health system, like developing the capacity to bring the manufacture of vaccines, medical countermeasure, and diagnostics to the continent, to the proximate places that are needed, as a long-term ability to, if not prevent, but mitigate and reduce the consequences of pandemic. Because one will always say, in pandemic or epidemic, speed is everything. And to have speed, you must have the right manpower, the right capacity, and the right investment. But indeed, I will agree with them that inequality still exists, investments is skewed, and we wait for the emergency to spend more money than we would have done on a routine system. Thank you.
Masoka, I don't know if you can see your fellow panelists nodding along, but I can tell you that they are. And this issue of investing or rushing in with money during a pandemic versus investing sustainably, consistently, and reliably over the long term, I suspect that resonates with you, Sheila, given that you work for an organization that I think is known for taking a more institutional approach. But again, I think the question is that still an aberration as opposed to the norm? And how do you get from point A to point B?
Yeah, I do think it's, there are certainly things to be optimistic about, but I think we definitely know that if we look at the US as example, our investment in global health is so low. Just yesterday on the House, Representatives Schakowsky, Lee, and Ruiz put forth the Paul Farr Memorial Resolution to say that we need to increase the U.S. contribution for global health from 12 billion to 125 billion a year because our aspirations are so low. So I feel like it is the exception. And during emergencies, there's so much attention. There's media. There's photo ops on the tarmac, and then everybody leaves. And I think we have to insist that there's long-term health system strengthening. We have to insist that pandemic preparedness is building a strong health system. It doesn't make sense to have a lab that is only there during emergencies, but that means the lab has to be maintained long-term, and we have to invest in human resources for health. We have our best early warning system for a pandemic is community health workers who are embedded in these communities in rural areas who will notice that their community is getting sick. That is a cheap investment. All community health workers should be paid for and should have a living wage, but that would be so much of a better investment. And I feel like if we all could work with the governments that we're working in the countries we are to move towards that, we would be much further along when the next pandemic, as it will, occurs.
The Biden administration, I believe, has also spoken about a health workers initiative and put some at least rhetorical weight behind that, but remains to be seen maybe if the money will follow. I know that there are folks in the audience here who are really passionate about the health workers issue. Asia, let me bring you in either to respond to what you've heard.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the evidence could not be more clear that, for example, on the issue of frontline health workers, which, by the way, is a gender justice issue, it's a racial justice issue. Care economies are led by Black women all over the world. Let's be upfront about that. The PEPFAR is leading efforts to invest in living wages for community health workers, not because they want to, but because they were compelled to by communities as a leading edge of an effective HIV response. Instead of extrapolating those lessons and that evidence, we see empty rhetoric. We see this gesture from the Biden administration around community health workers, and then gridlock from Congress instead of full funding, because we cannot give more false hope to community health workers who have over and over again put their literal lives on the line and the lives of their families, only to be spurned when it comes to giving them a living wage. That's exploitation. It's unacceptable. It's not why anyone in Congress was elected. It's not why the Biden administration was put into power. To say nothing of other duty bearers from around the world. So the good news is we have the evidence. The bad news is it's not being applied, and in fact, it's being disregarded. And I want to come back to this critical point that was made about time and whether or not we're learning the lessons, because exact time is of the essence. And during the early tick-tock of the COVID pandemic, what did we see? I think it's very important to take a hard, exacting look. What we saw was hoarding what we saw was a doubling down on nationalism, ineffective and racist travel bans. So until there's an accounting for the consequences of the lack of evidence-based response, we can't actually learn from our mistakes. And I think this point about hoarding is incredibly important, because the inclination makes sense. But when it comes to COVID, hoarding leads to more variants, not only moral decay. So we really have to create a recognition that the world has to be challenged to come together, not because we're do-gooders, but because that's the only way to get ahead of that very unforgiving clock ticking away every single time. So I think we can do that. I think, again, we need to reform and redirect some of the institutional weaknesses that exist. A volunteer-based response like COVAX does not work. Saviors will not get us out of this. Solidarity will. And the Africa CDC's work, for example, its inclination around a 30% earmark for continent-based manufacturing of essential commodities. That's a really important placeholder to come back to. And that kind of bold, ambitious, outside of the box thinking has to be, front and center as we deal with the pandemics of today and of tomorrow.
Masoko, what would it take for you to feel like you were working in global solidarity with a community of international health leaders and institutions, as opposed to, go ahead. Yeah, I think you know where I'm going.
No, go ahead, please. Please complete. No, complete. As opposed to what?
Well, as opposed to wherever you find yourself today.
I mean, we published a paper recently, some group of African scholars on the inequity. So basically, we had a talk at Westchester University, and I had this statement long before Omicron. I said, as long as we keep on with this nationalism in terms of vaccines, extreme nationalism, hoarding vaccines, I said the West should do one thing: they should live on islands, create huge islands and live on those islands. That's the only way we can deprive a group of people with vaccines. But in the age of global travel, and it's as though the reputation came when Omicron started. And the interesting thing is that after Omicron, all of a sudden we have a new issue we're going to deal with at Africa CDC. It's the issue of enormous donation of vaccines. But then we have a problem of demand, because the people don't, the Irish Africans see a big contrast. When they were dying in the air, the vaccines, they were hoarding the vaccines. And so they managed to survive in their own minds. And now we see so much surplus of vaccines. That's one. The second part is that we fought to advocate for the issue of intellectual property. We're advocating to start manufacturing in Africa, and some group of advocates and I sat together and wrote a position statement for the World Health Assembly. We couldn't have anyone to sponsor it. I reached this European country, a good friend of mine. He reached to the foreign ministry and came back to me and said, Musoka, they are willing to assist you guys, but you have to remove the phrase that talk about the share of intellectual property, or else no one will go near you. We did not succeed in getting that advocacy on the agenda of the World Assembly. So we live in this world that is difficult. The way I say is, when people comfort gets threatened, they hoard, they isolate themselves from others, only at their convenience. But we live in a world that is so interlinked. And those that are involved in this work and do this work see the deeper suffering. We begin to ask ourselves, even in our own selfish interest, how do we build a collective world that we invest our resources in? That's going to be very critical. When I came to Liberia, there was this thought that community workers should work for free. Everyone was telling me, give them a jacket, recognize them. And I started to say, as I went in the forest and other places, these people left their farms. They were only doing work. We were giving them multiple jobs, and we said we shouldn't pay them. These people are working more than 40 hours a week. When Ebola started, I started to pooch. It was one of those who put for $80 per worker. And I gave them the analogy and told them that you can spend less and we can continue with the Ebola outbreak for the next 2-3 years, or we can decide to respect these people and give them dignified wages, and we end this outbreak early as we can. So living in this world is it's complexity. We go to these Western schools and get one ideology. When it comes to the reality, it confuses some of us who have had the opportunity to go to a Western school. A poor farmer will say to me one time, Musoka, you're in a unique situation. Your heart is in Africa and you are getting a brilliant education from Harvard. Your work is to bridge the two between your head and your heart. But when we try to bridge the two, the reality is that what we have learned in those big schools and the actual reality sometimes differs when we have pandemic and crisis to face of a global proportion. Thank you.
Sheila, last word to you. Let's talk about an opportunity. Where do you see a big opportunity to incorporate the lessons of the pandemic, of the outbreaks that we've seen, and to put ourselves in a better place?
Yeah, I do think if we are mobilizing around solidarity and holding each other accountable as well as our governments accountable, and not being socialized for scarcity, as Paul would always say, of, we're being socialized for scarcity on behalf of others. So deciding that it's okay that only 1 in 5 people in a low resource income setting has received one COVID vaccine, that's unacceptable. And I feel like only until we are speaking with one voice are we going to be able to hold people accountable and pushing on intellectual property and pushing on education and pushing on all of these things. But it's going to be impossible to do unless we're all united around some of inequity as the issue that drove the pandemic and continues to drive inequity across healthcare.
Fantastic. Please join me in thanking our amazing speakers here. Thanks, Musoka, for joining us. Thank you both for being here. I'd like to welcome Raj Kumar, Editor-in-Chief, back up to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to be back with you on stage. That was a fantastic conversation. I'm so happy to have heard Paul Farmer's name invoked on this stage multiple times. It's great to have listened to that discussion. I'm joined by Caroline Roan, who I think many of you know, and know that she's a woman who kind of does it all.
Well,
and now I have proof because she's got a series of new titles. Caroline is the Chief Sustainability Officer at Pfizer. She's also the Senior Vice President for Global Health and Social Impact at Pfizer and the President of the Pfizer Foundation.
it's great to see you, Raj.
It's great to see you. I've barely seen you as anyone has because it's been an incredibly busy time.
It has. It sure has.
We've been on this stage multiple times in prior years talking about health systems.
Right.
And I feel like the conversation is starting to evolve. What are some of the lessons you're taking away from the moment we're in now, the pandemic, et cetera, that make you think about health systems in a different way? And then I want to talk a little bit about what you're doing about those things.
Sure. Well, first, I always want to start as I put my toe back into in-person events, which I know all of you are doing, to say thank you to the healthcare providers, the community healthcare workers that were referenced. They've taken care of us. They always do. And they all need a round of applause. So let's start that way. So I think the conversation was very timely. What we did see in the pandemic, many of the issues alluded to in the previous conversation from a Pfizer perspective, is that the systems of care, whether they're in high-income countries or low-income countries, really were struggling, right, to deal with what the world faced. And I think we've always had a longstanding series of investments in strengthening that system of care, particularly for those populations that are disproportionately impacted against, inequities overall in low resource settings. So, we could spend some time today talking about that, but I think as we think about the lessons learned, we have to invest in primary healthcare. We have to invest in community healthcare workers, the people who are on the front lines, in surveillance systems. Otherwise, it's going to be another COVID-19 pandemic the next time around.
Yeah, this is a theme I hear from a lot of companies in the pharmaceutical space who I think a decade, maybe 2 decades ago, saw their role principally as doing innovation.
Right.
They thought of themselves as scientists. And then what they found is they put products out there on the market, and sometimes it was hard to actually address the disease burden they were targeting, not because the medicine wasn't there, but because the systems weren't there.
Right.
And they find themselves having to expand in ways they never did before. And I think we've had a discussion now, probably the last decade, about health systems and how everyone has a role to play there. I think that conversation has started to shift to health systems and equity.
Right.
To your point.
Right.
I'd love to hear a little bit about more of what you're doing at the Pfizer Foundation with that hat on.
Sure.
To kind of drill into some of these issues where equity and systems come together.
Sure. And I should say, to your point, our core is discovering, developing, and bringing to market medicines and vaccines. Full stop. That's what our core competency is. But as you said, we know that without strong systems, those medicines and vaccines aren't going to get to the patients who need them. And so the Pfizer Foundation, and I should say for those who don't know, the Pfizer Foundation, founded in the 50s, very much started doing local-based work here in New York City because that's where our corporate headquarters are. And fast forward, as the company grew, our global footprint grew, and we've really leaned into health system strengthening through the Pfizer Foundation's activities. And actually in 2018 into early 2019, we launched a new focus on strengthening the systems of care in infectious disease. And it was interesting. It was called the Pfizer ID Impact Initiative. And it was really designed to do just that, right? Strengthen care and treatment for infectious diseases. And people said, why is Pfizer doing that, right? Because our most recent history had not been in a pipeline of infectious disease. We had it early in our history. And similarly, I think people were talking about the dual burden, the growth of non-communicable diseases, and we had a strong portfolio in that space. But we said, no, the work is not done. And thank goodness we said that, because we've benefited from having that program in place. Just to give you a sense to the audience of what types of programs we've supported, Save the Children has been a longstanding partner. They have a program in Kenya that, of course, was designed to support babies getting the vaccinations. And as we all know, those have fallen down in the time of COVID, routine immunization. Mom brings baby in, and traditionally wouldn't be a set of comprehensive services provided. And what we worked with Save on was to really integrate that comprehensive approach. What are the risks? What is the family facing? What is the mom facing? Can we provide additional services and support and education? And what we found in that program that was operating both in Nairobi proper and also in the rural areas was that during COVID, they were able to expand quickly to provide education about the spread of COVID, which was critically important. Fast forward to the whole impact initiative that we've started, which does cut across the company. We trained about 40,000 healthcare workers and strengthened about 4,000 clinics through the program out of the Pfizer Foundation.
That kind of training, if for those of you who are here this morning and may have heard a bit about this, could be particularly critical now. You referred to the drop-off in vaccinations for children. It's now 25 million kids who have missed out on their essential childhood vaccinations.
Right.
And that drop-off, Atul Gawande, who's the Assistant Administrator for Global Health at USAID, was here on the stage earlier saying it's not going to be a V-shaped recovery.
Right.
It's going to be a long road. And part of that are things like training healthcare workers.
Right. And also providing incentives and support for moms, right, when they bring their babies in. So it's not just taking a day off of work to bring your baby in to get a vaccination. It's also providing other healthcare services. So I think we've learned a lot as a global community about how to do that work, but it's a long road ahead of us to get back to routine immunization for sure.
Yeah. And one of the other themes that we've been talking about today is, we often as a global health community, we think about verticals, disease verticals.
Mm-hmm.
We think about health systems, cross-cutting, and projects that help to strengthen them. We're also talking a lot today about community. And we heard a bit about that in the last panel too. Mm-hmm. How do you think about working directly with communities as your core interlocutor as opposed to just governments?
Well, when we think about our work, we do work directly with governments. We do work with the more traditional international NGO. But to your point about communities, what we found over the course of our work through the Pfizer Foundation is that, it's basic. Local problems need local solutions. And the way that you get that is through funding local entrepreneurs. Many entrepreneurs have seen a fractured healthcare system in their community, and they've said, I've got an idea for how to solve that. I need capital, I need skills, I need support to expand my idea. And we launched the Global Health Innovation Grants Program. It's one of my favorite. I know we've talked about it. I know Devex has covered a lot of our grantees who they're real heroes in this story. But to give you another example of that type of work, very, very different than SAVE, North Star Alliance is an organization that operates blue box clinics. So they're basically shipping containers that were converted to provide healthcare services along trucking routes because truckers were disproportionately at risk for infectious disease. What we love about this is it was a small program. We've worked since 2016 with them to expand their reach. And if you can imagine, these are literally branded blue boxes that dot the trucking routes in East Africa. So if a trucker is driving along and needs healthcare services, they can stop. They can be rest assured that they're going to get quality care and be treated for what they need when they need it. And in just this entrepreneurial program, while not the largest grants we make, we believe it drives the greatest impact because it is fully owned and sort of operated by the local community. And in this context, we've reached about 2.5 million patients and trained about 10,000 healthcare workers. Similarly, we're able to use that network to drive education and awareness about COVID-19.
And that connection point, I talked to a lot of social entrepreneurs in the global health space, and they have a really hard time getting from the concept phase to getting that first set of grants that gets them over the hump to actually show some proof of concept. And then the key issue from there is scale, which there's still a big gap on the impact investing side, investing in these kinds of programs. But there are many promising entrepreneurs out there who are trying to solve these issues.
For sure. And that's where we see the beauty of kind of having a portfolio approach out of the foundation. We want to support our international NGOs, but we also know these entrepreneurs play a critical role in the future of how we both take on pandemics, but more importantly, primary healthcare services.
Yeah, and those healthcare services for the most marginalized communities, right? Which is another theme we've been talking about on stage all day about how do you bring equity, which is the theme here, into health systems. One thing we've learned, I think, from the COVID pandemic is how hard that can be when you need to reach everyone.
Right.
How do you find the groups that are being marginalized by the health system in their country, and how do you get to them?
How do you get to them? And I think in that context, imagine truckers, right? And in this context, North Star serves commercial sex workers as well. These are not folks that have traditionally been treated and welcomed always in traditional healthcare settings. And so, the sort of philosophical approach is everybody deserves a dignity, right, when they come in and they have a healthcare issue and they want to solve it. And that's really been the entire mission of the Pfizer Foundation since its inception. And certainly as we moved into the system strengthening component, we also do that work on the corporate side as well, as you know.
So I think we just have a minute left. Maybe for people who are here and those who are following along, who are interested in how they could work with the Pfizer Foundation, what are some of the other things you're doing? What are some of the entry points for those, for the next, organization looking to serve truckers or other groups?
Sure. Well, we're staying the course with infectious disease work. So we're going to continue our ID Impact Initiative. We're doubling down on vaccination, as you alluded to. This is going to be a huge issue to get back to standard immunization. And then I'd like to put a plug in on the corporate side for what we've done around closing the health equity gap. Back in May, Pfizer announced a commitment to provide 23 medicines and vaccines to 45 low-income countries at a not-for-profit basis. And this commitment was really born from lessons learned about the equity gap in COVID. And this is a significant effort. These are all medicines and vaccines currently available in the US and Europe to close the gap, because we know that it's about 4 to 7 years that there's a delay in the time that a innovative medicine or vaccine reaches a low-income country. So we launched the Accord. 5 countries have initially signed up with us, and I'm proud to say that since May, we have already got our new COVID-19 therapeutic in Rwanda, as well as our innovative oncology medicines, and they're making their way to public hospitals right now. If you're uptown and you're around the UN headquarters, please stop by 42nd and 2nd. We've wrapped our building with information about the Accord. Really is a commitment to demonstrate how seriously we take closing that equity gap.
I look forward to seeing you there tomorrow. And I thank you for being here today, and thank you and Pfizer for your partnership and support for the UHC Pavilion. Thank you, Carolyn Ron.
It's great to see you.
Hey, everyone. So I am thrilled to welcome Dr. Agnes Miniguaho to the stage. And she and I have had the chance to speak a few times over the years, and it's for good reason. As Raj mentioned earlier, I cover tech and innovation for Devex. And when it comes to health tech and innovation on the African continent, Rwanda is really on the frontier, as we're talking about in this session. So Dr. Miniguaho, thank you so much for joining us. My pleasure. It's great to see you. And I've been really looking forward to this conversation because Dr. Agnes, as her friends and colleagues call her, does not hold back. She speaks her mind, and I think we need a lot more of that in these conversations, so I really appreciate it. For those who don't know Dr. Binagwaho, she was the co-founder of the University of Global Health Equity, and you can talk a little bit more about that model. Recently, Partners in Health announced that she will be retiring from that role, but knowing Dr. Agnes, retiring from the role as Vice Chancellor, which she served in since its founding. Knowing Dr. Agnes, that means there will only be more work. She's actually retiring from that Vice Chancellor role to do more work in global health advocacy and other things. Exactly. So we'll hear more about that. And she was also the Minister of Health in Rwanda from 2011 to 2016. And laid a lot of the foundation that has since been built upon to make Rwanda such a hub for health. So let me just start with this very basic question. Rwanda as an emerging global health hub, one of our tasks is to talk about what lessons other countries may learn. And I would initially say, well, Rwanda is unique. Yes, there are lessons to be learned, but Rwanda is unique. And you've actually pushed back when I say something like that. Why is that?
Absolutely, because when you say that Rwanda is unique, you just give justification for other countries to be lazy. We are not unique at all. We are among the poorest country on earth, among the 30 from the bottom. However, our life expectancy, the health of our people is good because of a systemic approach to include innovation based on science, on evidence, and to integrate that in systems, meaning also leaving no one out. I remember when I was a minister, when I see something new, it is how can we make sure it reached the most vulnerable? When you reach the most vulnerable, you reach everybody.
So I want to go back in time a little bit. You know, you of course are a pediatrician first and foremost, and I know that being in the delivery room, bringing babies into the world is a big part of your motivation to do what you do when it comes to global health equity. So you also returned to Rwanda, your home country, in 1996. Can you talk about some of the moments in your path that have led you to be such a champion for global health equity, and tech is a way to do that? From your time as a pediatrician to returning to Rwanda in 1996, what are some of those moments that led you to personally fight for Rwanda to be the hub it's become?
Because when I came back in Rwanda, what was available for kids where I was before in France was not available, and this is the biggest injustice. Just you die because of the place you are born. So bring those tools for healthcare, also for innovation, and we have, like many countries, lack of human resource, lack of resources, etc. But innovation really increase the capacity of health professionals to guarantee good health outcome. So that's why you will see so many Rwandan be expert in their field, read what is new, what can I bring, etc. Proactively bring what the world has discovered for better care, so that with the little we have, we can do the maximum.
So can you take us into your time as health minister, 2011 to 2016? What were some of the steps you took? I mean, you mentioned earlier that any country can do what Rwanda has done, and to say that that's not the case is really laziness, right?
Yeah.
If I'm summarizing correctly. So
I think about this country, by the way.
Fair criticism. So what are some of the steps you took that, despite maybe fewer resources than you would like, despite challenges, you took steps to set Rwanda up for success in this way, and you want to see other countries doing the same? What are concrete examples?
An example is bring around the table all the people concerned. And we doesn't have to believe that the health sector is the health sector only. If you want a good message for health care to be delivered, bring the pastors, the religious, the Czech from all religion in the table with you, with the media, with the civil society, with the NGOs, so that at least they are educated about what you want to bring, and they can be the echo of the science. And by making everybody working together around one plan, you tell the pastor you want the people you are leading spiritually to be in good health. You love them, no, so they are your best ally. Same for all religions and etc. So bring all the force around the table for the program.
So when you're talking about bringing different sectors together, you know, the faith sector being one sector, you've engaged the private sector in some really interesting ways in your various leadership roles in health. I'll just zoom in on one example, which I've covered closely over the years, Zipline. So Zipline, a company that many of you may know, started delivering blood products in Rwanda, has since expanded to many other products in other countries. But I'm guessing that bold decision to partner with Zipline, really to be their first health ministry partner, didn't come without pushback. So I think it would be an interesting example to talk about because it's part of what has led to this global health hub status.
So in Rwanda, there is something that we don't have pushback when we bring an idea. We have a pushback when the idea is stupid.
Okay.
That's different. So I remember Zipline because I was there, and we bring that a few days before we lost a woman just because the blood arrived 25 minutes too late. A young mother. So when the opportunity came, you just give that example and everybody say yes. But to have a Zipline working in a country like Rwanda that is big like Massachusetts, you need to have the Minister of Defense because it passed above military thing. You know what it is, huh? With your people who are stealing documents, explaining what is in there. You know all this. So we need the Minister of Defense there. You need the Minister of Foreign Affairs because the borders are not far, and you need to explain to the neighbors that it's for for health, etc. You need the civil aviation. You need etc. etc. So you bring everybody around the table and you discuss what route can be taken, why we are doing that, and why we need to save people. So it was blood for mothers, and since Zipline, we lost no woman for hemorrhage. Can you imagine? Yeah. And this talk to everybody. So the minister in charge of transport and aviation will give you all his support for reaching such a result. So bring everybody around the table with a win-win agenda, and also do what you can, because you need to change the laws to have Zipline. You need also to change the law of insurance. Nobody have insure those things that's flying everywhere. So we need insurance to protect the population, etc. And the media to explain if you see something like that, don't be afraid because it doesn't go very high. You need also to reassure Kenya Airways, SN Brussels, not Delta, they are not coming in our, but you see what I mean. Huh? So bring everybody around the table and make the agenda everybody buying. And why we love innovation? First of all, innovation when they are working is it's joyful, you know, in place to do a little, you can do more, and explain that to all the people around the table, you have 100% support.
Now, you mentioned that there isn't pushback against an idea unless the idea is stupid.
Yeah.
But when it comes to tech and innovation, there are a lot of risks. And certainly people sometimes avoid adopting an innovation or taking a risk because they want to protect their population. And I wonder, how have you navigated those tensions, or how?
No, I have to tell you,
no.
In Rwanda, it's not like that, and I believe it's still not like that. If you have an idea and the idea is good and you don't have the support, it's the person who sabotage you that will have problem, not you. So that means those ideas, you share them, and you tell, because when Zipline came, I have no clue, no idea. First of all, I understand only one thing. It cannot be something led by the Ministry of Health because it's transport, it's things that flying. I don't know how it was working. So it was an issue of either the minister in charge of ICT or transport, you know? So, and when you explain the add value of what you can, the potentiality, because it was just a potentiality, everybody come and work with you. So I don't believe that I never face a pushback for innovation, and especially because you explain, you first of all know your subject, have evidence, and talk about give example that speak to everybody. When you do the presentation, just show a road that is totally broken and nobody can pass through there. And so you just tell the minister in charge of transport, you know, I need your support and we have this thing that's fly. Everybody can be around you. So participatory process and also make people buying is something. And if somebody push back, you just go above or you go below and say, I would love to save you, but look at this one.
So since your time as Minister of Health, you know, Rwanda has continued to really be this hub, attract a lot of investment, produce a lot of health tech and innovation, but you still saw a void, and that's part of why you helped to create the University of Global Health Equity. So can you talk us through how does training this next generation of health professionals fit into this picture?
So this is for health science. We have, like many countries, too few doctors, and but not only too few. We have to recognize that the way we educate health professionals, they are not fit for the job, because nurses, doctors, we ask them to manage a ward or a hospital, and a hospital is a little enterprise. They have no management skills. They didn't learn that. They have to do it. And I'm told that doctors are not good managers. So I'm told that, but that means you need to give those skills. So that's why we educate young people to be health professional with managerial skills and leadership. Leadership to implement what they have learned, but to know how to advocate for support. Like I told you, have everybody around the table. It accelerates the health outcome. So we teach them also how to advocate for the people, and above and below, to create the demand and the communities, and also for convincing their bosses that this is the right things to do. And and many other things that you are doing. It's also equity, and it's in the north of Rwanda, in the community. So that means we want them to go and work where half of the people live on Earth, but the most underserved place.
So we have just about a minute left, and I mentioned earlier that you will be retiring from this role as Vice Chancellor. That will only create more space in your schedule, knowing you, to do more global health advocacy. So when it comes to where this is headed, Rwanda as an emerging global health hub, and how other countries on the African continent can take steps to similarly attract investment and push global health technology and innovation, what are you going to be doing on this topic, and what do you want to see people in this room doing on the topic?
So I'm going to have more global health activities, and I have just been proposed to join the elders of Emerson Collective that are there to change the world. And so I say yes. And together, we are going to work to bring those, it's more than innovation. It's to bring a mentality of using the tools that help to produce more health. And also to bring a sense of accountability, because in my point of view, if you can save people and you don't, you should be accountable about that.
What better way to end? Dr. Beniguaho, thank you so much for your time.
Yes. So if you hear that I'm retiring, I'm retiring from my role of Vice Chancellor of the university, but you will see me more everywhere.
To be continued. Thank you.
Dr. Agnes and standing between you and drinks, but stick with us. This is going to be another great conversation to close out the day with our partner, Medtronic Labs. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Ruchika Singhal, who is the president of Medtronic Labs, and Brent Latroupe-Nielsen, head of global development and advocacy with World Diabetes Foundation. So thank you both. Let's see, you have mics. So we're going to change gears a little bit. We've been talking a lot today about COVID, obviously the Global Fund, monkeypox, a lot of infectious disease. We haven't talked so much about NCDs, chronic disease, which obviously has been impacted by particularly the COVID pandemic. And so I want to talk and be able to shine a spotlight on partnership. That's another theme of this week, right? Everywhere I've been this week, partnership. So what does that actually look like? And you both have a partnership that you've gone in together that I want to learn a little bit more about. You have Empower Health that started in 2017 in Kenya, launches a multi-stakeholder partnership to address managing chronic disease. Ruchika, can you tell me a little bit about this program?
Sure, happy to. And thanks, Kate. And apologies to everyone. I think we're keeping you from drinks. But so Empower Health and Medtronic Labs is really a nonprofit initiative by Medtronic to expand access to healthcare for underserved communities, focusing on diabetes and hypertension. And I think to Professor Agnes's point earlier around you have to get everybody around the table is how we started. And really, and by everybody, I mean at the local level, understanding the public health system, the person working at the lowest level facility in a county, in the district, to all the way at the Ministry of Health at the national level. And that's where we started getting inputs for the design of the program, which is not just digital solutions, but also programmatic implementation on the ground, and starting small and building on it. So not about big ideas. Yes, we had the big vision, which is now coming to fruition together. But really in the early parts, it was working with all of the different, the Kenya Cardiac Society, the Kenya Defeat Diabetes Association, like really 20, 30 some stakeholders. And starting out in a handful of counties in Kenya, building up from there, demonstrating that we can improve outcomes for patients living with these conditions. And then I think as we got everybody to see the program working on the ground, input from everybody on how we can improve it. Now together, we're working with the Ministry of Health to expand that across the whole country. And it's been an amazing learning journey on like what it takes, sort of the nuts and bolts of building partnerships. It sounds good, but you have to sit around the table and be willing to have the hard conversations. Ben, I'll let you add to that because you.
So what brought you to this partnership, and what interested you in it, and what have you learned so far?
Well, I think, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here. This is a great pleasure. So what brought us to the partnership? Well, I think you asked in the beginning, Kate, what is partnership or what does it take? I think it takes courage. You have to step out of your comfort zone, even though you worked, as we have in the World Diabetes Foundation with the Ministry of Health in Kenya, the same agencies as Medtronic Labs and Ruchika and all in her team. But how do you take that step and actually partner? And when you do that, you have to let go of yourself when you do it. And I think that's the interesting part, well, not all of yourself, but part of yourself that you put into something jointly. I think that is the first step or the big step in most partnership, especially in NCD space, where resources are scarce, ministries are struggling, the epidemiological trend is upwards, and then COVID came on top of it. I mean, we have an obligation, actually. I think the next thing in the partnership is that sense of obligation. This is not a choice. You can do or not do it. This you have to do. I think if Ruchika and I and Medtronic Labs and World Diabetes Foundation hadn't partnered, well, it would have been a failure, or it would have been a lack of complying with what we are supposed to do as international agencies operating in this field. And this has been, I think, the strongest, I would say, encouragement, or the powerful element in this, that we came from a track record of experience working in the same area with the same goals, of course with different, you can say, background and perspective, but still with the same goal, supporting a nationwide rollout of a national response to diabetes, hypertension, and NCDs in a country like Kenya, which is a big country and with a growing trend.
So let's talk a little bit about some examples of this and how you coming together and partnering enabled you to do what you couldn't do alone. One thing that you can bring to the table at Medtronic is probably mitigating some risk, right? And thinking through a pilot stage that you can scale. But can you talk a little bit about that, and then how you take that and do scale it, and any examples of either challenges you had along the way and how you overcame them, or ways that it really was a powerful duo you bringing you together?
Yeah. I would say you cannot do it without each other. You have to build on top of what's been done. And I think that's where the synergies really matter. Because when we started, Medtronic's been funding the development of the technology platform, and that's great. But if we were just there to monetize that, it's not going to go anywhere. And along the way, people made bets, and other pharma companies, other agencies, like everybody did small parts of it. And so that we were able to take that work further. And it got to a point where, as much as we had been talking, then it made sense. It's like, this is the aspiration. This is our aspiration as well. Now let's build on, you stand on the shoulders of those who come before you. And it's very much like that. I think we really just started in one county in Makueni. And I still remember the first time we're like, how do you do this in the public health system? My experience has been private sector my entire career. And just understanding how the various levels are. And even when we say the government, what does that mean, right? Because it's the health ministry, but then it's also the ICT, it's also community. And you have to bring all of that together as well. And really just building on each other's work is how you amplify the impact. And I think to your point, Ben, around it would be a failure if we don't build on each other's and just try to do our own little things everywhere. We're just never going to solve this huge problem that we have.
Yeah, Matt, you talked about courage, but I imagine also takes trust. So what were some of the questions or considerations you had when looking for a partner on this, and maybe some advice to others that are looking and pursuing these kinds of partnerships, and what they should be looking for?
Well, thank you, Kate. No, honestly, we're here in New York in the UN General Assembly. We had a high-level meeting on NCDs in 2018. Huge commitment, big declaration, looking at multi-stakeholder engagement, multi-sectoral partnership, all the right words. We had the UN General Assembly in 2019 on UHC, again, even further strengthening that whole commitment from all of us. But who is doing it on ground in the countries? That takes a lot of effort. And you asked me, how could we proceed in Kenya with Medtronic Labs? Well, because we had been there for a long time, Medtronic Labs had been there for a long time. The Kenyan Ministry of Health and other stakeholders, national stakeholders, those Roshika mentioned, were there. The trust had been built. You can't just do this overnight. It takes that patience, which is another difficult thing in public-private sector partnerships, in government relations and ministerial.
This started 5 years ago, is that right?
Yeah, but both Medtronic Labs and us, we had also had preceding work streams there for a while, and in neighboring countries. So of course, when we then, I would say, discovered or had that conversation and started looking for partnerships, that's when you start to push yourself, which I think is the key. But of course, those global trends that were articulated at the time help you. You have that backing, or you have the legitimacy. But also, as I said in my earlier statement, the obligation. We can't just say this is a choice. That's my key point today. This is not just an option. It's an obligation. And I guess in the UHC endeavor that we're all part of now, and was also mentioned in the earlier panels today, I don't see any other way. I mean, how will you achieve universal health coverage by 2030? Primary healthcare, integrated services, community level again. How will you achieve all that without those partnerships? I don't know. I don't know anybody who can give me that answer. Without that trust, without breaking those barriers, and without showing the the commitment and aspiration for partnership like this one. And we're just starting, by the way. So let's not take too much, I would say, fame already. But it has the right framework, and it has the right government endorsement and ownership. This is fully governed by the Ministry of Health, National Strategic Plan on NCDs, and of course in the Kenyan UHC 2030 vision. I mean, this is all aligned. So let's not do it. Let's not just sit, Rashik and I, say, oh, this just happened because we were there. This is a major effort, but I would say it's the only way forward.
And as we mentioned earlier, NCDs obviously were really impacted by COVID, and people couldn't get access to preventative care, couldn't get access to detection, How did having this partnership help navigate what was probably a very tumultuous landscape, and particularly chronic disease and diabetes care?
I mean, I would say when we were managing about 20,000 some patients through COVID, and I mean, our telecounselors were getting calls on food. I mean, forget medicines access, people didn't have food. So just like working with the Ministry of Health to address diabetics need medicine access and just stock out situations, because we're in touch with the patients at the local level. So we know what the situation is on the ground, and just being able to communicate that to the right stakeholders in the government, I think it all helps to build trust during the hard times, to say like, hey, can we connect them to local resources for food? How do we get medicines to those people? And I think that's where you see the power of data in a system like that, and that like you can identify where those spots are. And I think that, I mean, it all just built on top of that. And I think everybody just recognized through this whole process how crucial these types of collaborations are, and how we can help each other, and that it doesn't have to be at odds.
Great. Well, thank you, Bent Ruchika. I know you'll be here during the reception, so if anyone is interested in talking to you both about this further and about working with Medtronic Labs, I encourage you to do so. I will now pass it off back to my colleagues Raj and Michael to close us out, and then we'll see you over some drinks. So thank you.
Thank you.
Close this out really quickly, and mostly just want to say thank you all for being here today. It's been a really, really exciting day. I've loved being a part of it. For those of you who've been sort of following the plot from the beginning, we started with a little insight into the Global Fund replenishment. You might be interested to know, if you're not constantly on Twitter like I am, that the Global Fund reached $14.5 billion today. Seeking 18 billion. So this is a qualified success story, still a historic fundraising achievement. But the UK and Italy both have pledges forthcoming, so they say, and that's something we'll be watching closely. I hope we'll see many of you back here tomorrow, where we're sort of broadening the aperture from health to a wide range of issues, education, Ukraine, youth, a lot of really fascinating conversations to come. But I'm going to stop now because it looks like the bar is open. And, Kate is here to do something that I forgot.
Well, I do want to, before we break, welcome John Frank to the stage from Illumina, who you heard from earlier, and is our reception partner. So you have him to thank for the drinks we're about to have. So John, thank you.
Just to say a few words, we have such appreciation for the Devex team and what they've created in terms of really creating a community for all of us. Illumina is a company that, the show of hands demonstrated you haven't heard of before, but we are driving genomic sequencing to the point where it's a low-cost medical treatment. And the example of establishing a network throughout Africa for pandemic and other diseases has demonstrated that the technology is applicable really around the world at an incredibly powerful level. So just again, thank you to the Devex team for bringing us all together today, and really appreciate the opportunity to be part of this. So let's have a drink.